Well, all right. It is, Thursday night, right, Alali? Thursday night. And hello, Ever23 first in the room. P. Rich, the well-known internet celebrity. J. Maxey. I'm a natural at this game. Yeah, it's my legal training. Makes me uniquely qualified to be a criminal. So. So I actually wasn't originally planning to stream this again. I mean, well, okay, it may be a factor that over the last couple days, my first stream blew up on this, but really I played this a bit more. I played this over 50 hours. And at some point over the weekend, I sort of got to the point where I was like, okay, I think I've had enough. I've unlocked cocaine, got a good strain going, making buku bucks, like more money than I can spend. And it's in early access, so it's like, well, I'll just, I'll wait at this point for more content or for them to finish it, but I'm ready to put it aside for now. Brad, you would have liked that plan. I did play this game during the week. I played it into the weekend. And what I've started playing going into the week, actually, I did start playing Atomfall. I played Atomfall twice now for a few hours. And I'm actually enjoying Atomfall. It's not groundbreaking. It feels very much like playing sort of like a Bethesda type game. But it's good. It's good. It's solid. But I don't think it's going to... not going to blow anyone away being like, oh my god, I've never played anything like that before. But it's doing its own thing enough to where it's not like just a rip-off of anything, but it feels very familiar. My greed and lawyerly avarice compels me to play this. Now, really what it was, and I've been keeping my eye on it all week, but on Sunday, they dropped a major update. This is a single developer does this game. On Sunday, he put in a big update. It's like a whole bunch of the stores, like the pawn shop and different stores now, actually have interiors that you can go inside. And like if you had junk that you wanted to get rid of, before all you could really do is just drop it or throw it in the trash or whatever. Now you can take just about anything to the pawn shop and sell it. And it's got a few other things. It's probably bought me one more stream, maybe another day or so of messing around with it. But I think for me, I really have coming towards the end of the amount of content that's going to be able to keep me engaged. And for, if it's giving me between 50 and 60 hours, that's no small feat. But I don't think I'm going to need much more than that. But there was enough, and so it was a beta update that wasn't on the main branch on Sunday. And they kept saying, yeah, I do the beta, which means you can't use your save or whatever. You have to start a fresh game that's going to get wiped. So I'm like, no thanks. And they said, then usually a few days later, I'll put it into the main game. So I was like, okay, well, that'll determine whether or not I stream it on Thursday, is if they release that big update into the main branch, into the main game, I'll stream it. And I haven't played it. I mean, it could be I launch it and my old save is corrupted or some shit. Sometimes that happens when they do updates. The dev did a live stream adding stuff and talking to everyone. Oh, that's cool. The dev really boned. Oh, Brad, I know you don't like this game, but as one of the two people, I'm guessing, who downvoted my 10th anniversary AI podcast, as it was stated in this much maligned AI podcast celebrating 10 years of the Game Lawyer channel. Wait, where was I going with that? I got lost on the fact that you oh yeah, that when I was talking about the various core aspects of this channel, like Bone Meal and Law Hawks, and one of them was Brad Pritchard, internet celebrity Brad Pritchard, always here every stream to complain. So, you're serving your best role. One of the best friends and worst critics of the Gaming Lawyer live streams. and deservedly maligned. Should have to pay for all the wasted electricity. I think this is one of those cases, Brad. This game in particular is where, you know, I respect the fact that not everyone has to like the same things. But I don't think the problem is that this game is objectively garbage. I think it's just, it's not your kind of game, which I understand it's not. That do it like you're doing work, busy work stuff. That's absolutely. I can understand that not everyone's going to enjoy that. But. Other than the lullaby, so what I did like a couple page document about like the history of the Gaming Lawyer channel, and I fed it to Google LM, which can do a podcast, and I ran it through twice. Because every time they do it, a lot of it's kind of on point, and then some stuff is just going to be like screwy. Like Ali, if you listen to it, I apologize, I couldn't get your name in there. Both the recordings, when they were listing people in the stream, it was like they did a botch job on your name and a couple other names. So I took the two recordings and I basically took the best of each on any given topic, and I edited them together and cut out all like the worst of the weird garbagey stuff. But the lullaby was because I had in the middle of the podcast, they're talking about the lullaby, and the guy's like, and the lyrics are go to sleep and good night, and he says it like that. And the other recording, it was the female host that introduced the lullaby, and instead of just saying the lyrics, she does this weird sing-song thing. And so at the end, what I did is I actually stretched her audio out, which makes everything sound weird. I stretched her audio out so it would actually fit the points in the lullaby video, like where the dog appears and where pipe cock goes across the screen and all that stuff. So it's a very rough thing. But you know what I think was really funny, that like made me laugh out loud, is in the cut where she does it, as soon as she finishes it, the guy host goes, "Oh God, that was kind of creepy." So I was like, yeah, I'm gonna keep that in. Because when in the version where he does it, he says it out loud, and then he's like, yeah, and in the song, he says good night to everybody in the stream, and they're both talking about, oh, that's so nice, and oh, people must feel so acknowledged and loved and everything. And it wasn't until her take that the response was, oh my God, that was kind of creepy. Anyways, I had fun. I had fun with that. I know Brad doesn't like the AI, and I know actually a lot of people have concerns about AI. And I assure you, I'm not transitioning into an AI content channel. They only talked about Eevee for like 10 seconds, Maxie. What are you talking about? And there was no mention of Pokefon? No. I mean, I figured the mention of the Gaming Lawyer, the 8-year-old, was a good stand-in for all the children that have come in over the years and just been a little bit weird. So, the Gaming Lawyer, all one word, he was the first. He was the first squeaker that ever crossed my path. And there was a whole little section about that during the earliest chapter of my channel. That was before anybody was watching my Let's Plays, except somehow this 8-year-old found me. Boy, mad as hell. What if Brad is the AI? No, I don't think so. Brad has so much heart and such a razor sharp and on point wit. There's no way the AI could approximate that as consistently as Brad does. At least not yet. Hey Jeff, Millie for president. Yeah, we may get some Millie tantrums tonight because it's been a rough day for Millie. I've been really busy at work, so I wasn't able to play with her as much as I used to, and I actually stayed at work an hour late because one of our new hires he's having trouble with something, so And he called me like 20 minutes before I was going to log off. And he's like, oh, I told him we should get on a call when you have time. And he was out of office. And I said, when do you have time? We should get on a call so we can go over some of these things. And then he logs on like at 5 and is like, hey, do you have time for a call? And I was like, son of a bitch. But it's like, yeah, okay. So we ended up talking for like an hour and a half. No illegal drugs for Millie. We do give Millie gabapentin. So, well, we got it for her when she got fixed. They gave us a couple like relaxer, tranquilizer things. Because the problem when puppies get fixed is they still want to play and run around and rip their scars out, rip their stitches out. So we had to dope Millie up. But we had enough left over that once in a while when she needs some extra calm time, we'll give her one. You think the 10 seconds spent on Eevee would have been better spent on Alali? Well, come on, Maxie. You know we had to include Eevee because Eevee was the first regular viewer. That's super historical. You can't not talk about the history of the Gaming Lawyer channel and not talk about Eevee. So, and it really just came down to like early on I gave it a list of basically like sort of first generation people that started hanging out here, and that's where it mentions Brad Pritchard and Jay Maxey and all these people. And I probably could have put a list 2 or 3 times as long of people that were here from very early on who still show up, at least maybe not every time, but at least sometimes. It's an old Saturday Night Live skit. Puppy uppers and doggy downers. That sounds familiar. Oh, why is everyone looking sad now? I do feel bad, Alali, that I did the 2 takes where I tried to get your name in there. I don't know what the hell. They just botched it both times. And basically, if they just absolutely garbled a name, I took it out. So there were a couple names that I took out because they got like a hatchet job. To get a new puppy to play with Millie. I do not think we are ever going to do that. We've started having her see like a behavior specialist, or we bring her and meet with this behavior specialist. We had an introductory session a couple weeks ago, and we had our first real session last weekend. And they prepared us for the reality based on what they've seen of Millie so far, that she's probably not the kind of dog that is ever going to be able to share us with other dogs. She will not do well if we bring other dogs into the household. She practically wants to eat Chauncey because she just like gets upset whenever I pay the slightest attention to Chauncey. So I think we have enough puppy. We have enough dog. We don't need more. Although who knows, if we're looking to eventually move into some place that has a yard. So if we get that, I don't know, maybe she'll chill out a little bit. But we've been prepared by the behavior specialist that based on Millie's temperament and her breeds, the nature of her breeds, they're just not easygoing breeds. And they tend to be very closed. Like they have their people and everyone else can go F off. And that's a little bit how she's become. Hey, Nick, more wolf mouth. Oh, we get plenty of wolf mouth. Believe you me. I'm sure that cat would be dead within 24 hours. We'd just be like, hey, where did Mittens go? And Millie would have some very odd textured crap the next day. The behavior specialists to say don't learn to sell drugs. Well, we're not going to teach Millie to do that. She's smart, but I don't think she could sit. And she does actually sit on my bed and watch me play video games sometimes. But I don't think she's taking away those kinds of lessons. So, yeah, let's see. So I started playing Atomfall this week. That was fun. Oh, by the way, Eevee had made a 10-year anniversary video, too. So, Eevee, thank you for that, to celebrating the Gaming Lawyer. It was very nice of you. It's on her channel if anyone wants to check it out. I don't think I want to play it Sometimes I play videos on here, but then I feel like, is that cringy to do that? Like someone does like a VOD, and then I'm like, we're all gonna sit here for 5 minutes and watch someone, like, a couple times I've done that, I've thought, I don't know if that's nice or if that's cruel and unusual, but I kind of like, after this last time I did it, I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna do that anymore. Evie's such a kiss ass. Well, take notes, Maxie, that, you know, if you ever want back on top, get that #1 slot. This fierce rivalry that's developed. You know, just make notes to for 10 years, be the first one to the stream 998 out of 1,000 times, and make celebratory videos. Whoa! Wait, how many? What is? We're 90 months. Yeah, Nick, I think the 90 months of membership is a worthy acknowledgement of my 10-year anniversary. For the fact that most of those 10 years, you've been paying me money every month. So thank you for that. You don't got to get me anything else. So yeah, trying to think of anything else. How's everyone doing this week? I'm stressed. We're getting closer to our trip to Florida. It's less than 2 weeks away. 2 weeks from right now, we're going to be in Florida. So, trying to get all these different affairs in order. And I realized this year I've been slacking so bad. Amanda was like, "Hey, you know we need to do taxes this weekend," and I was like, "Holy shit, that's right. We pushed that back." And then all of a sudden yesterday it occurred to me. I was like, "Did I pay my bar dues this year?" Because usually as soon as I get the first notification that we can pay for them for the year, I do. So I quickly went to the website because this year with my new job and all the freaking world craziness that's been going on, I've been like just worn out a lot. Just like I'm overwhelmed, and so I think I've just started to forget shit. So look, I go to the California Bar website and log in, and sure enough, I've forgotten to pay my bar dues for 2025, and they were due a week ago. So now they got penalties and shit. I'm gonna probably have to pay like an extra 200 asshole dollars or whatever. Sucks. It sucks too because what I'm doing doesn't require a law license. Even though my job title has the word attorney in it, really what I'm doing is not a practice of law. I don't have to be licensed. I had to be licensed to get the job, but it was more like just, you know, so they could say they hired an attorney. But like I'm not practicing law technically in what I do in my job. So the problem is with like, you still have to pay your dues, and if you go inactive, because you can go inactive, make your bar license inactive, but you still have to pay. You just pay a reduced fee. So if you go inactive, instead of paying like $500 a year, you pay $150 or some shit like that. So no matter what you do, and I don't know if you flat out just I don't know if there's an option to just like cancel it. Unless it's considered like an administrative dismissal, like you've actually been disbarred. Debarred. That's disbarred. Brad. Finally and deservedly. You're doing great, but one of your coworkers isn't. He got hit by a car who was taking out groceries. Oh my god. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope is he gonna be okay? That's terrible. Because being hit by a car can be like, oh, they're going to be like in a cast for a few months. Or it can be like they'll never walk straight again and they can't talk or something. You know, being hit by a car, there's a very wide, up to and including dead, a very wide spectrum of consequences, depending on several factors. You somehow made too much money last year and have to pay taxes this year. Oh God. You're holding off to the last minute? Yeah. There's something screwy about the way I think it's my employer, the way they do their withholdings, or the way I did my election, whatever you do when you fill out your, what is it, which one do you give to your employer? The W-2? The W-9? I get confused. Which one's which? But anyways, the way it's set up is I've started owing. Usually I end up owing a little bit of money every year, which I kind of don't care about. It's like, for the first time in my life over the past several years, I've actually had some savings. So if we end up owing a few $100s, it's not like, well, shit, guess we're not going to eat this month. A lot of my adult life, that it would have felt more like that. Like, oh, I owe $500 in taxes? All right, well, I guess I'm just eating rice for the next 6 weeks. Make your job pay for my bar? Oh, vlog from Florida and make my job pay. I don't think I'm going to do any vlogging from Florida. The coach sent him home early and he was limping, but as far as he knows, okay, so not like never going to walk straight again type of thing. You owe in the thousands. Oh no. If it's something, it can add up pretty quick if you suddenly have like a decent chunk of income that you didn't pay on at all the year before. Because most of us, your job is taking all that shit out as you're being paid. So that's why most people, a lot of people, maybe not most, but a lot of people who just sort of work regular hourly jobs, they get refunds at the end of the year because their job's been taking that money out, and it ends up being a little more than what they actually owed. But if you started earning up and beyond what your company was taking out, you're actually paying a shitload of taxes. Ugh. Yeah, chances of being audited are lower than ever, I guess. You and your hubby owe money every year, but we're getting $600 back this year. It's W-2. The W-2 is the one that you give the employer, and the W-9 is the one that you get to when it's time to file your taxes. Right? Or 1099 if you are a contractor. I think. Wait a minute. Or is the W-9 the one you give them? You give them the W-9, and they give you the W-2. I think you give them the W-9 to give them your tax information electives, and then they give you a W-2. Oh, I don't know. I was like, I could open up my folders and look at it, but it was one of those situations where I just know it'd be the one time I looked over and realized, like, oh shit, I forgot that I was screen capturing in a live stream right now. And like, you know, I trust y'all, but I still don't want to live stream like my tax documents publicly. I accidentally pushed the share desktop screen button while I was looking at my tax information. So, but all right, now I need to check. Maybe not all of you guys looked in Discord. And again, this was not like the main reason that I'm streaming this game. But you know, normally when I stream, I get most of the same you guys show up. And then a few regulars kind of drift in and out. And at the end of the day, usually I've got around 50 views. And that's where it stays. So like my Indiana Jones streams from a couple weeks ago, one of them got 40 views, and that's where it stayed. One of them, and the second one got 33 views, and that's where it stayed. The views you're getting is what your comment about the greed. Okay, yeah. Well, I'm not monetizing any of this shit. So, like, when I set my stream to go, I have monetization turned off. I have the option to do it, but my philosophy has basically been, I don't have enough of an audience for there to be any noteworthy, like, no income worth mentioning. Like, a penny per stream. And to me, that's not worth it to make all of you watch commercials. I'm like, what? I'm just gonna make it a pain in the ass for the few people that do watch my stream to have to sit through commercials so I can maybe get 0.6 of a penny at the end of the night. It's like, no thanks. So what that means by extension is that if suddenly I get a video where 1,000 people look at it, I'm not getting money for that because that video was never monetized in the first place. The end of your streams, I think you get people learning English. I don't know what that is. That happened when I was streaming Valheim too. Like, we get to where have my regular amount of people watching, and then somewhere around 11 o'clock, all of a sudden I'll look and it's 15 people. That's a lie. And I'll look 5 minutes later, that's 25 people now. And the Valheim streams, I was getting up to 50 people during the stream, which never has happened on my channel. But they're all quiet. No one says anything. So, I don't know. And I don't get extra likes or anything. I think now, so right now, and I'm getting an extra like 200 views a day. Still, each day right now, on last week's Schedule 1 stream. And that did result in about 10 more likes. So apparently, and even today, I was at work and I get this notification. Someone's left a comment saying, gameplay starts at 31 minutes. I'm like, God bless you. These people are coming. I don't do any of these thinking, oh, I've got to make sure that we're like dialed in to that to get straight into the game because people are going to want to watch this later. It's never a consideration. Because really, it's just I'm hanging out with you guys. I'm hanging out with the 8 concurrent viewers that are here at any one time, and that's really all I'm usually ever focused on. You use ad block anyways, no commercials. Well, you wouldn't be getting commercials here either way. I actually have a subscription to YouTube Premium. That means ad-free on all my devices without having to monkey with ad blockers. It does pay, but it does unlock certain other things, like it gives me better access to like music and stuff. It's probably, in the end of the day, not worth it for everyone if you can just get an ad blocker, but I've been in YouTube Premium for a while. I think Nick inspired me to do it because Nick was doing it before I was. Moving to a new house when your lease is up. The current house, the rent goes up like $120, $200 a year. You're in a house for 7 years. And you're fed up and moving to a new house. That's fair. And $120 to $200 a year, that hurts. Yeah, you're going to feel that. I don't know what happened, but our landlord hasn't raised our rent in like 4 years. Like, I almost think they just forgot. Somehow we our file fell behind the file cabinet or some shit, and they just haven't thought to do it. Because we've heard neighbors getting theirs. The other thing we think happened is, my brother-in-law, it's a 3-bedroom, and my brother-in-law, when we first moved in here, lived with us for the first couple of years. At a certain point, he moved out, and we were trying to re-sign leases with just my wife and I. And I think that's the point at which they stopped raising our rent. Like, I think something went screwy during that process. And, like, we slipped between the cracks. That's why I'm playing this game. It's not, I mean, I won't lie and say that it didn't make me think like, wow, a lot of people seem like they were interested, like, in watching me play this. So, but really that's not really why I stream stuff. I mean, obviously if that's the case, I would have just kept streaming Valheim. I did 3 streams of Valheim and each one got progressively more and more viewers. And there was still a shit ton more content in Valheim that I hadn't seen yet in that playthrough that I've never seen, that was like been added to the game since the last time I played it. So no, I mean, I won't lie and say that like I don't think about like, oh shit, so many people seem interested. I'll have to like, I will be like, oh, that's something I'm going to keep in mind when I think about what I'm going to stream this week. But half the time too, it's just a weird algorithm thing where for whatever reason YouTube decides to just show a video to people. Because I know the same thing has happened before where I'll play, like I think I played when I was playing Final Fantasy 14. One of those streams got like 300 views. And I streamed it the next week and everything was the same amount of time, same everything. And I got like 40 views. So I've also learned that if it's a game you don't want to play or that I don't want to play, I won't play it simply because I'm like, it's going to get a lot of views. If I approached my channel that way, I would have stopped streaming probably in 2016. What'd you do? You weren't listening? Wait, what happened? Just time to stream full time so you can quit your schmuck lawyer job. I would not want to be a professional streamer. Like the people like Kang Gaming, like as an example I think of, who kind of got big and made a move to being like a full-time streamer. I get the impression he was just stressed all the time. Because your income is so at the whimsy of whatever adpocalypse, whatever weird thing the algorithm's doing. Like you have so, and I guess that can be true of if you own your own business, like you open a store, you're still at the whims of like shit can happen to make that store fail. So, you know, it's like it could still be, and obviously there are people that do YouTube, they do content creators, and they are able to do it full time and continue doing it full time. But it seems like it would be so stressful compared to like my job is stressful, but it's never like I don't know what's going to be happening in like next month. Like it could all dry up next month. I don't have to worry about that. And if you're a streamer, you do have to worry about that. So there was a point at which like when you guys first met me, my work, you know, I was like a solo self-employed and my work was spotty. So I would have gladly taken the spotty, if for some reason my streaming turned into something I could sort of make a living off of at that point, I probably would have, but it would have been stressful. Like that's not ideal for me. I'd rather have a steady income that I know what I'm getting each month. The exception is you get some of these like pink unicorn people. It's really rare. Like the people that actually suddenly they're making hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars doing like YouTube or streaming. That does happen, but that's so rare in the scheme of things. Nobody should be getting into streaming or content creation with the hopes that that's what's going to end up happening to them. But like, I wouldn't mind at all if like back in 2016, one thing led to another and somehow I made $1 million or $2 million that year. But that's different. That's like, to me, that's FU money. Like that could dry up on year 3. And if you didn't blow it all on like hookers and drugs or whatever, you'd be like, you could pretty much be set for the rest of your life if you're smart about it. I think a lot of people that make that kind of money aren't smart about it that way. But, and I don't know, I might not be either. I shouldn't be judgmental. I could be the biggest dumbass. If I ever started pulling in a 7-digit income, 8 digits, whatever, I could be a big dumbass and squander all that shit, even though now I'm saying I wouldn't do that. But that would be like if somehow a chunk of $5 million just fell in my lap, I'd quit my job. I'd probably still stream every week. Keep the ads turned off. But yeah, I wouldn't work again. And I wouldn't be all like, I'm just going to spend like fuck you money everywhere I go. But I'd be like, I'm going to get a house that I like. I'm going to make sure I got a car that I like. I'm going to make sure that, you know, I can travel if I want to. All these things, but not going to the greatest hotels and first class cruises for a year or bullshit like that. Just like, whatever, just live like kind of a modest life and just do whatever I want. I like that idea. Money. Well, it could be treacherous too, because like that's the thing I worry more about is the way that the other people in your life and other people in the world may treat you if suddenly you got like these people that get like the $100 million jackpots. Like a lot of times their lives fall apart. And that's where I would be like, all of a sudden, if everyone who knew me knew that I had $100 million, yeah, that's where people that you've known, like all the, like on my Facebook, I think I've got like 250 friends on Facebook. And that's basically just about everyone that I've ever worked with or gone to school with who I felt like that I liked. Not everyone I've ever known, but everyone that, and it could be even necessarily not people I even knew that great, but just people that like, oh yeah, I worked with them for a couple of years and I liked them. We got along well. We didn't go hang out after work necessarily, or like go to movies, go to, you know, on vacations together, but it's like, hey, that's a cool person. I like them. Where was I going with that? Classic G-Law. Oh, that when if you won 10 or $100 million, all of a sudden you'd have those people that were just on the periphery that like, oh, I haven't seen them since high school. I've been Facebook friends with them for 15 years. And all I do is like once every 6 months, I like one of their posts if I think it's funny, and that's about it. Or if they get married, or I put a heart, or if their dad dies, I give them a huggy face or whatever. It's like, I'm not really part of their lives, but we're just kind of keeping tabs, right? Those are the people where some of the less scrupulous of them, if you won $100 million, they'd be showing up like, hey, buddy, Ryan, hey. So hey, I was thinking, hey, you know, whatever. Just all of a sudden, people start getting weird at you. You want a little money, but not so much that you're filthy, stinking rich. Well, that's the thing. If I could arrange to have $100 million and just no one find out about it, that's almost like, but I think if you win the lottery, it's like public record. Like, I don't think you can just on the DL get $100 million lottery and it just not be available for everyone to know. But yeah, honestly, if I got $100 million dropped on me, first off, I don't know what I would do with that. That's a whole new scale. I have to think about it, because I might on the down low start doing some crazy, you know, having some of those crazy vacation things. Like, oh, I want to rent a castle on a mountaintop in Germany for a year. You know, that's the kind of shit where maybe I do start looking into some crazy shit. But that's the kind of crazy shit. It wouldn't be like I'm going to buy Disneyland. You can be trusted with 100 million? Well, maybe I'll let you manage my money, Brad. I mean, P. Rich. Should I... No, I'm always going to call you Brad. I'm sorry. Unless you specifically tell me not to. It's just been 10 years. It's too ingrained. Hold on. Please keep calling you Brad. Okay. I just wouldn't want somehow getting back to your Chinese prospective employers, that they're like, what? This P. Rich is really Brad, the person that's been applying for our job? This P. Rich has a terrible reputation. He complains. He complains every week. I watch the Gaming Lawyer stream. Please explain the mechanism for that. Boy, weren't you worried that the employers were going to Google you? And I don't know. Maybe at some point you're such a regular part of my stream that I could almost see it being like, if you Googled, if you got some advanced Google like web combing ability, AI tools, search, it may be like, hey, this guy spends a lot of time in this deviant lawyer stream talking shit about China, which you never do, but how could calling you Brad lead to an employer finding me? Well, because for 10 years you were Brad Pritchard in my stream. People can still look at my streams up until 2 weeks ago and see your real name in my chat. I still don't know how they would find it, but you know. What do you think? Just don't use Brad's name. What if should I avoid using your last name, Brad? You know what I like to say for years, I've liked to refer to him in his full title of internet celebrity Brad Pritchard. It's going to be a hard habit to break. And Brad's like, "You son of a bitch. That's too far." Now they're going to find me for sure. They run like a content ID match style algorithm across the entire internet for any audio clip of anyone saying Brad Pritchard. Well, somehow if I play a Beatles song, they're gonna figure that shit out right away. It really all depends on how aggressive the people that are looking for you are. How far they're willing to go. To just be a content ID match to aggressively search for any YouTube utterance of the words Brad Pritchard. Oh. Hi, Stone. They'd have to hack inside Google to accomplish that. Or, you know, Google can, like, probably if you look in the bowels of the privacy agreements, probably someone's like, hey, I want to find this person like Brad Pritchard. Can I do a content thing? And they'll be like, no, we have a privacy agreement and you can't do that unless you give us $27. They're like, all right, it's $27. And then they find you. Then they see all this shit you've been watching, this gaming lawyer shit you've been watching every year, like every week, like a weirdo. Then they're like, we're not going to hire him. I don't know, Brad. I'm fairly certain that the reality of that ever being a thing is so negligible as to be nil. Probably not even negligible. Probably absolutely not. Like, just an absolute zero. Not just a small chance. An absolute zero chance. But were you worried, though, that if you kept your channel name as Brad Pritchard, they might have found you? So there is a line somewhere in the spectrum. But I think actually having a channel named Brad Pritchard is probably a lot more conspicuous of a data point than me saying your name in a live stream. And hello, Chevy guy. You made it back from your 24,901 mile trip around the world, full circle, on your Vespa. Oh my god. Was that cool? That sounds amazing. Bad Pritchard? You know what? It would be Rad Pritchard. That would been my favorite variation. That was a typo, I think, when I was playing Wizardry, was it? At some point I was playing a game, I think it was Wizardry, and I typoed, I forgot to enter the B. And as soon as I saw the name Rad Pritchard, I forgot about Rad Pritchard. You should change your channel name to Rad Pritchard. I know P Rich is fine. Forgot about Rad Pritchard. Oh, a little water here. So, and you know, if I was too concerned about viewers, I wouldn't be 46 minutes into my stream and still not playing the game yet. You and your friends are planning on going to an anime convention at the end of May. You're just waiting for your work to approve the days off. I bet you're in just nail-biting suspense. You know your job notoriously gives you a lot of shit when you ask for time off or schedule adjustments. Then they go down to that basement. They go into that vault, open that black book, and be like, EV23 asked for another day off in May. And then they adjust your score. You don't know what it is, but there is an actual score for all the Walmart employees. They look at it. It's a number between 1 and 1,000. I don't know what yours is. It's well known among people who, insiders. I know because I'm a lawyer. You know, I have access to certain privileged information about, you know, retailers and stuff. It's like employment law shit, you know? When someone's like, they fired me, it was discrimination. But then when the lawyers get involved, they're like, all right, let's go down to the basement, take a look at that black book, and see what was really going on. You know, EV23 was at 347 out of 1,000. 347 points? She asked for schedule adjustments how many times? Oh, no wonder. All right. No, we're going to drop the lawsuit. No, 347. We can't take that to court. How many times did she ask to get off an hour early? Okay. God damn it. All right. Well, speaking of Schedule 1.
45 seconds of gameplay.
Now, the good news is, if I try to launch my game save and it's absolutely, if it's absolutely busted, then maybe I'll play something else. We'll see what happens. Ever since you've been working weekends, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. But technically, having your schedule changed is sort of like you permanently asked for all of those shifts off an hour early. That's what they're going to put in the black book down in the basement, Evie. It's a permanent every week on that schedule. It's one more point. 347, 346, 345. All right. Los Halcones. My net worth. I have grown my enterprise considerably since the last stream. Even though there was really, I don't know, maybe another 10 hours I played. Remember last time I was selling that meth mix? It was selling for like 350 to 400 per bag. The stuff I'm selling now is going for like 1,000, 1,100 per bag, per little, like the small little unit. So it's a funny thing is once you get to that point where you're just like, oh, I'm making more money than I can spend. That's when I was like, I think I might be done, because now I'm like, I don't feel like I have anything new to like really accomplish. Although there are a couple of regions I still need to unlock. Yeah, the taco ticklers. All right, first things first. I want to turn off Aspen Stink. Which one am I selling? It's Banana McLovin. No, it's not. Banana Smega. Turn it off. The highest I could set it to was $9.99. Yeah. You know what's sad? Is that as I was developing this, here's all the different... I named the very first mix, I named Magic Maxi. But then when I actually came to the final product, I forgot to rename it. I don't think... That's one thing I hope they add at some point, is the ability to rename the drugs later. Because every time you come up with a new mix, it generates a name, but then it will give you a chance to create a new name. But if you don't do it right at that moment, you can't change it later. So, unfortunately, Magic Maxi only sells for $201 a dose. So I'll never sell Magic Maxi. And I was like, hey, when I get to the top one, which by default like got named Banana Smegma, I was like, I could have called it like a Maxi Dust or something like that. But then I just forgot to do it. And then like right afterwards, like son of a bitch, I forgot I was going to call that Maxi Dust. So there it is, Magic Maxi. It's slippery. I didn't even notice. What is the Banana Smega? Foggy, bright-eyed, Tropic Thunder, glowing, and long-faced. Let's grab the extra $1 when you make the deal. Easy, 1K per deal. Oh yeah, no, I could go higher than that. And the thing is when they call me, like if I can look at the one deal for Anna, I'm listing it for $999. She comes out the gates just offering $1,180. And what I've found is, at least, so I don't do those bargains with them anymore. Because when you're, and maybe this will adjust, but before, I could add, if it was like, I could add about 20%-ish, maybe 15 to 20% onto whatever they offered me, and they'd take it every time. So if they were offering me $7.95, I could just add 100 onto it, it'd be fine. I just had gotten the habit of adding 100. When I added 100 onto, like if they did this, $11.80, and I was like, counter offer, plus 100. They're like, no, thank you. So I think maybe things get weird when it gets over 1,000 and you try to keep going higher. I don't know. But by default, whenever they offer, like, hey, I want to buy some drugs from you, they're never offering me $9.99. They've always gone some up into the 1,200s. Yeah, see what's going on here. Stone posted a scar. Are you playing this, Stone? So, but yeah, if you guys remember my setup last week, actually it's 4 a.m. I'm going to go ahead and let me go to bed. I had to add more beds. I had to add more staff. Yeah, things jumped up. And some of these mixes, I actually looked up mixes to determine the best, the biggest mix, the most expensive, that makes the most money. So that's what I'm doing. And it takes 8 ingredients. So we make the cocaine. It comes over here. We add this motor oil. And then that's Magic Maxi comes out. That's slippery Magic Maxi. And then we take the Magic Maxi. We add Cuke. It becomes something else. We add... what are these things? Paracetamol? I don't know what that is. It's a painkiller. Then we add motor oil. And then we add another layer of Cuke. And then batteries. Are we running low on batteries? No, we're good. Batteries. Of course, the horse semen with the magic green beans, mega beans. I think I need to unload some product here. Boop, boop. And I also hit the max. I tried to hire more people because I was running out of hands. And you can only have 10 people per property. So I finally did hit my my employment cap. If I want to expand the operation, I'll have to do it on multiple properties. All right, the Cuke. Oh, Cuke is going... Oh, wrong one. I'm trying to put these... Cuke is going here. Batteries are going here. I just had a real mixed batch here. Guess I only grabbed what... No, these aren't running low. The motor oil is actually running a little low. Oh, this was running low. I think I need to order more stuff. Let's see. Yeah, we could use more motor oil. We're not running low, but... Motor oil, 80. What else? Q could probably use more cuke. Oh, we need a double dose of that. Let's see. Cuke, 80. Gasoline. I think I'm gonna go 140. And I think we're gonna have that be it. Let me just make sure there's nothing. I'm just about to run out. I think we're good. So we're gonna send that to the docks warehouse, loading bay 1. All right, so that's incoming. Wait, where's the deal for Anna? Begins in 1 hour. Okay. It wasn't... I didn't notice it on my little quick... Okay, I'll head over and take care of that now. And then we'll, I gotta pick up my drugs from my drug dealers. Need to add some bone meal. Apparently there's already kind of a thriving modding scene for this game. So I've never looked at them, but I'll bet you this game's gonna go crazy on mods. Hey, what she got? $6,500. And she's got plenty of product, so I didn't bring any extra product along, but... And are there happy horses somewhere here, Jeff? Are those like the happy cows? Oh, the brick warehouse at the docks was right by my warehouse. I forgot which docks they were talking about. Hey, Brad. He's only got $1,000? Dude, do better. That's chump change at this stage of my career. I wonder what happened. Maybe I collected from him last night and I forgot. But he's out dealing. Usually that means he's down here somewhere. Yeah, there he is. That you, buddy? Hey! $9,100. That's what we like to see. Yeah, I think that was... You can see the body clipping through the jacket a little bit, and the hair clipping through the hat. I think one of the problems is I made the character during creation like as fat as I could, so it could be the most like me. And I think his body shape is too big for his jacket. If I try to wear something that's too small for me in real life, it's just tight. But in here, you clip through it. Let's see, how's your stock doing? Yeah, she's got lots of stock. She's good. All right, now we got to get back. A roadblock up there. We'll get that drug deal, and then... Oh, the launderers. I bought the taco tickler, by the way. I own taco ticklers now. brick warehouse at the docks. This is this. Oh, maybe it's the one over. Oh, it's this over here. That's the shipping containers by the docks. This is the brick warehouse. Yeah, here you go. Seamen, like from the ocean. I just saw that you said horse seamen. Seamen. Little motorized skateboard. Might as well be motorized. It goes faster. It's faster than like the fastest sports car. I think the only maybe downside is it's a little bit slow when you're going up hills. With all the roadblocks and stuff, it just seems like it'd be more of a pain in the ass to try to drive an actual car in this game. Alright, let's see. Can launder $8,000 here at the Taco Tickler. Just will subtly come out the back door. Just doing our little money laundering routine here. Next, we'll hit the laundromat. And get a cool 2,000 laundered here. Like someone's been... Oh, my other dealers still have a mix of my old stuff. This person is what happens when they smoke my new cocaine. The big glowing people, that's the new cocaine. They're getting the best drugs. Well, what I wish I would have called maxi dust. I think they're smoking it. I'm pretty sure they smoke everything in this game. Although, I think that's one of the things that the dev is saying is coming in a future update. Is that they're going to be adding different forms of the same drugs. But let's find out. I actually haven't done my banana smega yet. Nope, still smoking it. Oh. Alright. So let's see what I look like. I think I can tell on my skateboard. I look magical, baby. Yeah. I don't know what's going on. I can hold V? Oh, wait, where do I have V? Nope. I use a customized gamepad, so V is one of those keys that I frequently do not have programmed. But thanks for the tip, Kink. And by the way, hey, Kink, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Have you been playing Schedule 1? It's the new hottest game. You know, here on the Gaming Lawyer channel, we only play the hottest, newest, most virally trending games. I started playing this before it was a big deal. Which was 10 days ago. It was starting to blow up, but it wasn't a lot of high profile people streaming it. Did I have a V programmed? A V? Oh. Can you show me a V, please? No, I did not have a V programmed. Alright. This can be remedied. V. Hopefully I can remember it. Oh, the way I have it set up, that's very inconvenient. I know. Can I change the settings in here? I would like to have like a mouse button 6 or something. View avatar. Nope. Nope. No, we'll go back to V. All right. Wow. Whoa, I almost walked right into the cops. Don't mind me, guys. I'm just big and green. So yeah, at this point, you can tell I'm making a lot of money because even after I launder everything, I still got 28,000. Yeah, I should. Can I hit an ATM? What's going on, Moo? Oh, I've hit my $10,000 weekly limit already. You're packing buds right now. Kank, what would you say if someone made the allegation that this game sucks? I'm not going to name names, but there could be somebody in my chat who does not think this is a good game. Would you have harsh words for that person? Not naming names. I was behind with chat as usual. Of course I am. Yeah. That was one of... And hello, Food Brother Felix Contreras. That was one of the things that Evie, in her 10-year anniversary celebration, she brought up a few things, notable things about my channel, and one of them was that I don't keep up with chat. So, yeah, that way you know it's like it's deep in the annals of YouTube history that's the thing that the gaming lawyer does. He doesn't notice chat. All right, nice reading, bud. See, at this point, I don't even know what I got wrong. But we're just going to do this. I'm going to scroll up a little bit. We're going to play some catch-up. Let's see. Let's grab the extra $1. Okay, we're in there. We're going way back now. Let's get shrinking on it. It took 12 mixes. Now, see, I didn't see any of this stuff. That's the meth that Stone has been making. Jeff says illegal drugs sound unhealthy. Or, you know. Well, any drug is illegal if it's not used properly. Even drugs that are legal. So, you know. Really depends. You know, cocaine used to be a delicious beverage. And it cured all of your ills. Perfectly. What's going on, Moo? Alright, now we got some puppy drama. Hey, Millie. What are you doing, girl? Come here. Come here. Yeah. Oh, you got that jingle ball? Oh. I'm gonna run off with it. Are you trying to entice me to run out of the room with you and play in the living room? She came in and grabbed her ball. And then ran away. And then stopped she's standing in my doorway. She dropped the ball and she's staring at me with this "come follow me now, father." What you doing, Goo? Yeah. Oh. Oh, it's on now. Okay. We're playing Jingle Ball Wars. I completely lost keeping up with chat now. Oh. Here's Jingle Ball. This is her favorite toy. Get the Jingle. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Let's continue. Smoking cocaine, horse semen. My wife's in the other room, probably like, what the hell kind of thing's going on in your chat? Food Brother Feeds the Creator comes in. New snorting animation, so unrealistic, no bribes. Whole V to see yourself. Your influence to start it like yesterday. Oh. A Johnny come lately. Packing buds right now. That's very much not true. He was behind the times as usual. Are we talking about me being behind the times, as in the not keeping up with the trend? See, here, I thought you meant that I wasn't keeping up with chat. And that's what this whole last 5 minutes has been about. Another classic misunderstanding. I do like to say the annals of history. Deep in the annals, it was lost. Deep in the annals of history. Hey. Am I allowed to... I need to get some cocaine seeds. Are you laughing at what I'm saying? But you've heard me talk about things being deep in the annals of history before. That's not something that I just talk about on stream. That's general dinner conversation with family. Have I said that around your mom? I can't remember. I probably did. What? Yeah, the annals of history. All right, let me see if I can order some coca seeds. Thanks for calling it coca seeds. Pseudo weed seeds, general illegal supplies. No, but so I'm just gonna, I think she'll let me do like a meet and greet though. But we need to meet up. Be next to the mayor's house for the next 6 hours. Oh, of course, I decided to come out right when the curfew's starting. Wait a minute. Okay. I've always been a bit anal. I won't deny that. I mean, that's why I keep getting positions at my work where they have me doing QA for other people. That's like making career out of it. All right, where's the mayor's house? I think it's over here somewhere. I took... Whoa. Hey, I'd never seen this before. I like some of the... If you stop and look at some of the graffiti. I wonder if that's supposed to be Moist Critical. He's been playing this game. He's been addicted to this game. Charlie. Alright, I think this is the mayor's house. And there's like a whole... There's like a whole table set up for drug people in the back. Alright, let's see. How many... I'm gonna go... 40? 6,000? Yeah, let's do it. Is there a terrible streamer that I don't like? I'm not a huge Asmongold fan anymore. Truth be told. Yeah, Asmongold. Now, I will say that I did like Asmongold. Until he started getting very political. And now I can't stand to watch his shit anymore, and I unsubbed from him. And then there's probably a lot more streamers that I just don't watch at all. Like, I know about Johnny Somali, but only because I've been watching videos about him being an ass, and getting arrested, which I quite enjoy. I'm gonna need to get some more fertilizer. Let's see, we got our truck delivery. Cute. asshat gold is a wannabe at this point. Yeah, I really didn't mind, like, when he got into just talking about, he's talking about games, or he's talking about sometimes YouTube drama. I didn't mind. I never went to his live streams and just watched. They just upload like 15 to 20 minute clips of him talking about certain topics, and I kind of liked how he talked about certain topics, so I started watching that. But I never like sought out an Asmongold stream and watched it. Same with Moist Critical. I don't watch his streams or anything, but he does commentary videos, and sometimes I enjoy watching those. But I don't know. As far as I can tell, he's not secretly an asshole. He seems alright to me. Asmongold is admittedly, like, kind of a fucked up guy. Like, politics aside. He's kind of like a weird... He's kind of like a weird dude. Like, maybe like a little bit of a sociopath. I knew that for a while. I sort of was like, whatever, you know, it seems like I looked more like the underdog story, like the guy who's getting past challenges but has trouble interfacing. But I have a feeling there's, you know, he's got some weird stuff, some weird undercurrents in that guy, troubling undercurrents. Wait, why am I out here right now? I just wandered out into the night with no plan whatsoever. He's an incredibly smug, enlightened, centrist type. Was that sort of like me, Brad? Trying to play both sides? I'm playing both sides. Charlie, you should never tell either side that you're playing both sides. You don't find me smug at all? Oh, okay. I feel like I can be smug. In some context. Amanda gets on my case about it. Oh, I forgot. I took the these things kept breaking, like trying to automate them. So now I'm doing these myself. I forgot. All right, let's begin. We're going to pour the gasoline. Man, I'm bringing my whole production to a halt because I forgot. Here we go. Yeah, for some reason, these are kind of bugged, and I've looked in the forums and other people having the same problem. When you have people assigned to these, a couple, like, they'll just randomly start becoming, like, just freezing. Like, you can't interact with them, and your person stops working them. So, since I ran out of available people anyways, there's some part of the production that I have to do myself, because I just don't have it. I can't hire enough people. So I was like, well, I guess I'll just make this the thing that I do myself. Alright, let's get the product off of there. Yep. Yep. Start that. What do I hope they will add to this game? I don't think about it too much. I mean, I kind of look forward to, that they're going to add more neighborhoods and stuff. I think that'll be cool. Here, we'll do this. Try to even these out a little bit. There's probably, like, more social mechanics, like the people. Like, last week someone was saying, like, yeah, can you piss off your dealers to where they'll steal from you or do weird shit like that? And I was like, well, the fact that they have a 20%, it says they're taking a 20% cut, suggests that maybe at a certain point you can adjust that. But if you don't give them enough of a cut, like, there may be rival gangs, they might leave you, they might steal from you, they might try to fuck you over. Like, I could see there being a lot of opportunities for additional sort of social mechanics like that, which could be cool. Alright, everything cooking? And I think I need to put these into the oven. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And once I've just put these down, there are people that are going to work those ovens. All I got to do is just divide them evenly between the ovens. I don't think there's a button you can do to make them go, like, to split a stack in half. Do you happen to know, Kink? If anyone in this chat, you or possibly Stone might know, but I think a lot of these games will have a certain button you can press to make it split the stack in half automatically. I don't think they've got that in this one. Add prisons with drones and tunnel making? There's already a game. Is that Prison Architect? I never got as far into Prison Architect as I thought I might have the potential to. But they're making Prison Architect 2, which looks like it could be kind of cool. Right click and mouse wheel. Alright, hold on, I gotta try this. Mouse wheel? Oh. Oh, just like this. Okay, I didn't even think... That's actually... I forgot that. You can do that. Okay, that's a good... That's something I knew and then forgot. Thanks for calling it, because I literally totally forgot that you could do that. Hold and scroll to choose the amount. King said the same thing. Okay. Hey, I'm a shot caller 3. A female prison would be... Does not... Prison Architect doesn't have ladies in it? It's been a few years since I've looked at Prison Architect. Oh, it's ready to go. Did my janitor just throw a full trash bag at me? You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. He picked it up. He's like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. I know what you did. I'm not going to comment on that, Maxie. That's not a very nice thing to say. Let's see. How about here? Can you only say nice things? Well, no. I mean, obviously, there's certain people, I'm not going to name names, to say, you know, sort of abrasive things all the time. But, I don't know, it gets a little touchy when it's, like, applied to, like, a gender. That's where I start feeling uncomfortable. Like, the female prison's going to be stinky. I sort of assume all prisons are going to be stinky. I haven't spent a lot of time in prison. You can't help but only say abrasive things like coarse and rough, like sand. It gets everywhere. That sort of thing. Ah, yes, my cocaine plants are growing nicely. Oh, right, I need to get fertilizer. Here. Alright, I'm gonna do the thing. I don't know if I'm making this easier on myself. Oh, I think I can just dump the whole thing because it only has room for 10. There we go. Oh no. All right. So wait, what was the other thing I was gonna do? Oh, I was gonna get more fertilizer. Hello, Ossifer. Fertilizer is from the hardware store. I'm probably gonna have to order a whole bunch of stuff from the gas station. More additives. Well, it's gonna be I don't know. What do they usually make fertilizer out of? They don't specify. I don't own the farm, and the only vehicle I've bought is the van. Because I've heard, and I agreed with this assessment, that the golden skateboard is faster than any car, and the fact that you've got to get around so many roadblocks randomly at different times can make vehicles like a kind of a pain in the ass to get around in. So I just like have never had an interest to really use one. I think I used the van once to do a shopping trip and put a bunch of shit in it, but then I realized it's easier to just get the delivery, like through the delivery truck. Okay, I want to get fertilizer. So let's do 80. Won't fit. All right, let's try. We're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's get 60. I think you can own all the cars. I mean, I only bought one, but it was because the only value that I thought about the practical use for cars is if you get one that was really fast, or you could get one where you could fit a lot of shit in it. And those would basically be the two reasons why I would get a vehicle. So the only ones I'd be potentially interested in is like the sports car thing, or the van, this is my van that I bought. And like I said, I used the van once. It just ends up being easier to just order deliveries than it is to use the van for large bulk shit. And then with the golden skateboard, I've never really felt a motivation to get a fast car. So, I mean, at this point, there's not much reason for me not to get one if I just wanted to be like, hey, I have one, because I've never driven one around. Whoops. All right. I need to collect my money from my drug dealers and do some laundering. Beepers for deliveries. Is that the van? Yeah. But I rarely need that much storage space. The only time I really feel like I need that much storage space is when I'm unloading stuff from the vans into my vehicle or into my warehouse. That's where I wish, like, could I get an exercise backpack or something? Okay, I've lost track of what I'm doing. I am collecting money from my drug dealers. Then I'm going to launder that money. $8,500, thank you. You use the van to deliver your storage operation from the production. Yeah, I would think, like, if you were moving shop, the van would be helpful to accomplish that as well. I could see that being, like, a good use of the van. Okay, this guy's here. There's Benji. real question, do you think they should make it where you can beat this game by only picking up chat? Is there a win state? I mean, it all depends on what the game means by win the game. Is there a win state? It all depends on what the conditions are for the win state. Oh, he's back there. Okay. He's walking this little back path. Did you say 383 million game? Making 40K a night? Oh, no. No, I mean, I've owned... Maybe there's more business now. That's one thing I haven't even looked into. More shit's open now. Like, the pawn shop I haven't even gone into. That's one of the new... Where's the guy that... Is there a guy that works here? Alright. I forgot. There's a bunch more shit in this game that wasn't here last time. I hadn't even thought to look. Alright. Where did... There's Brad. I think I saw this guy heading back there. He is. 5,400. And then finally, my last person. Oh, she's over here. She's coming across the bridge over here. Hey, yo. Oh, hold on. All right, go ahead and complete that deal. Then I'll collect the money. You don't think it has a win state? It's called antimatter dimensions. And oh, did I say high rock slide? You've been playing a game all about counting and how fast it can count. What? Rock slides, you're making my brain explode right now. Are you talking about this game about the win state called antimatter dimension? Or are you talking about the game you've been playing about counting? And how fast it can count. Which I also have no idea what that means. It sounds like the rambling of a madman, if you want me to be honest. But it probably isn't. Probably you're talking an actual game. This is my old fuddy-duddy. Wait. I thought I heard, I come from the land of the land down under. That's what I thought that music was. They add new music to this game? I feel like the music in this game is kind of grooving, but I don't pay a lot of attention to it. Something I can't remember the words. I come from the land down under. I know that part. That's about it. You better run. You better take cover. I don't think I ever karaoke'd that one. Too bad I don't do karaoke anymore. It's a game you've been playing, and yes, it's an exercise in insanity. The idea is to count to infinity. Infinity more faster over time. So it's a real game. I mean, what you're describing doesn't sound like a game, but maybe it's one of those things you just gotta see it. Alright. Did all my laundering. You're not Chuck Norris. You can't count to infinity, and neither should you. You should not. to your methods doing to people in this game? $1,000 a pop for that. It's making them count to infinity? There's too many different statements bleeding together right now. Alright, I probably need to order more shit. Yeah, I definitely do. We're just gonna order some of everything. The whole 9 yards. We need 80 of these. Hold on, I have to push past my mic to lean forward to my actual number pad. 80 of these. Not jars, no. 0 of those. Not 800 either. 80 of these, the motor oil. Some cuke. Some paracetamol, some gas. And that's coming. And then I think I have this mostly committed to memory. Some more cuke, 80. Some batteries. Horse semen. And mega beans. Alright, I guess I'm in somebody's way. Don't mind me, employee. I'm only your boss. Who holds your livelihood in his hands. Loading dock 2. It keeps... I just noticed it gave my RV as an option. That's another thing I'm hoping... Is there a way to fix the RV? I don't think there is. But it's making it sound like I can still use it. The RV is, when you first play the game, you start out in an RV, Breaking Bad style. And then you're in another town, and you get some heat on you, so you end up driving the RV to this town. And the first day that you're here, you're going around trying to, like, get your drug trade started, and you get back to your RV, it's on fire. It's been burned down. And so from that point, as far as I've been aware, you can't do anything with that RV anymore, but it keeps showing up like as a residence in my list, which suggests that maybe it can be fixed. Shrinking, electrifying, paranoia, glowing, bright eyes. Pretty sure you can't hide. You've been smoking that. Yeah, that's pretty conspicuous. A lot of these, when you get down to it, pretty conspicuous. All right, I think I need to make sure that I get motor oil, because we seem to be burning through a lot of that. We also use motor oil for my coca leaf processing. So I may double up on some motor oil. We're gonna get 60. Purchase. Oh, I can get 60 more. I can never remember if things stack in 20 or 10 or 20. So 60. All right. I mean, I got a bunch of extra gasoline. I might have been saying motor oil. I meant gasoline. You were playing a lot. 120 hours, and that's just on Steam. Whoa! Okay, wasn't looking at the game. Many more than that over your phone. Over your... What are you... Phone? What are we talking about now? Oh, you probably a picture you posted. I thought you were still talking about this game, but I'm like, you cannot have been playing this over your phone for several years. I should just not always try to... You know, sort of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, trying to keep up with chat. It's like sometimes what's happening in chat really isn't something that I can follow. Still talking antimatter dimensions. Oh my gosh. I got confused. Oh my, it's here. I'm in classic form tonight. In my brain, your comments were melding together with Stone Raven's comments, Rockslide. So in my brain, I was like, it was two statements next to each other. And I was like, those two statements aren't adding up. Sometimes people come in here and they say things that just don't make sense. And sometimes that's my own fault because I'm bad at reading chat. Sometimes it's literally people come in aren't making sense. It's hard sometimes to figure out which is which. Sometimes it's a little bit of both. It's half of them not making a lot of sense, and half of me not being able to read good. Well, for instance, there I thought I misread and I thought it was Stone talking twice. But when Stone starts talking about playing this game on his phone for several years, I don't know what the fuck. Then I realize I feel like I've lost the plot on that conversation. Things that don't make sense. It is mostly okay. Well, I was trying to be generous to myself, Brad. To be, sort of like a nonpartisan, like fair and balanced. Like, hey, it could be a little bit of this and a little bit of that. Who knows how to apportion that blame? But yeah, I think if I'm going to be honest with myself, it's probably more my fault. But once in a while, some people come in here serving up some word salad. It happens. All right, I know that that delivery is going to get here at some point. I should probably check my coca leaves. That's empty. Oh, I know. I could use this. Wait a minute. Oh no! Oh no! No! I don't need. I do not want to put the gas here. We don't put gas here. Oh no. I fucked up big time. Alright. Let's quickly get this out of here before it becomes my production line. I did not intend to make more cocaine. Get that. Pawn that off to a dealer at some point. Motor oil is going to go there, and that I'm just flat out of. Gasoline. Pull there. But these things use gasoline. So. Oh. And that should actually use up all the gasoline. I can't believe I did that. All right, I think I'm actually need to pause to read chat because, like, I am definitely. This is a game where, in some ways, it's chill. In some ways, it's zen. But at least for me, it's also like. It's like when you're reading a book and you stick your finger, oh, I'm gonna close this. I need to hold on to this page. You stick a finger in, and then flip a few pages forward. Oh, I need to hold on to this page too. And you stick another finger in, and then flip a few pages forward. Before I know it, I feel like all of my fingers and toes are jammed into this book to try to keep track of everything I'm trying to keep track of simultaneously. So I'm probably extra worse bad at keeping up with chat while I'm playing a game like this. You're also concerned about what everyone is taking in this game, like the gas bar attendant. Yeah, right now I've got some pretty. The drugs that we're manufacturing now make people turn glowing green, but there are other things that turn people like into zombification, where they're like a darker shade of green. That's what I was doing before. It was a kind of a meth mix. And a lot of my dealers still have a bunch of that product. Like, they're still working through it. But as they need more product, I'm giving them the new top-of-the-line cocaine mix. Called Banana Schmenka or something? I don't know. Meth users make comments. All right. Just a professional smartass. Well, that's true. We call them... Sometimes sourpuss, but maybe smartass Stone would be better. I know for years I nicknamed you Sourpuss Stone. But I think smartass Stone. Now that I hear you use the term smartass, I think smartass Stone should have been your nickname all along, because that's actually a better fit than sourpuss. I chose human expression in a congressional. Oh, that's word salad. I don't know what's happening. I feel like Jeff's serving up some word salad right now, but that could be, again, my inability to understand what the hell's happening in the chat. Here, I'm going to put this down here. Thick Balls was the name of that mix-up. Nice. You know what? Let's do this. Why is it all baggies everywhere? Are we out of jars? No, we're not out of jars. Do I not have a person refilling jars on this thing? Bananas Mega. Now I'm getting very confused. All right. Oh, I put 3 jars in here. Well, that's great. What the hell is happening right now? Is this game bugging out? Why are there only 3 jars? Am I losing my mind? Or is this... Okay. What's wrong is... Oh, I'm fucking up. That's what's wrong. I forgot how to do jars. Alright, that's the problem. I was like... I put 10 jars in here. How come there's only 3? But the problem is you're supposed to drop 5 per jar. I'm a little rusty. Never mind. It was all my bad. Oh my god. Alright. I think it's time to switch to jars, for fuck's sake. And I've done something screwy with how they're loading these things up. I don't know why they've been auto-loading bags on the both sides, but it seems that they're both drawing off of this shelf. Which I honestly don't have the... Like, I have all these guys off to the races with all these complex, like, how they're all divvying up the labor. And I'm honestly not in, like, a mindset to be able to, like, re-figure out if I fucked something up in there. But I do want them to stop bagging shit. That much I can say. In fact, I think I need to... Oh, I think we're gonna actually start having to unpack some of these baggies. I got way too much baggies. If you're gonna move stuff through your dealers, it's better to give it to them in jars because it takes up less inventory space, and they'll still be able to work it. Like, make change for people that want less than 5 at a time. Hey, Ethan! What? I think I fucked up. There we go. Yeah, I have way too much of this stuff. 2, 3, no. Doop, doop. Doop, doop. Doop. And we go like that. Yeah, I've already outwitted myself. Okay. That... This game is... I'm telling you, my brain power... The way my real life job is lately, my brain power is... My brain's batteries are on flipping E by the time I get out of there. Sussex, I stayed an extra hour explaining some complicated shit to someone. Granted, it's complicated, the stuff we're trying to teach them. But by the end of the day, my brain's completely shot. If all I had to do was sit here and fill these jars all night long, I actually might be a happy man. That I could do. That's the kind of mindless shit I could get into right now. And I think that this game does offer kind of a Zen experience if you're just playing it. I think it's literally like the combination of me being tired and yeah, keeping up with chat and figuring out what the fuck I'm doing in this game. It's a complicated combination of factors. All right, we're putting the bags up here. Got a whole bunch of jars now. I think I want... We got some red... Wait a minute. Thick balls? Who's making thick balls? All right. Things are getting really weird. These are off-brand. This is not our premium product. Thick balls is some sort of a product that we ended up manufacturing. I didn't name it. All right, we're gonna have to put our thick balls over here. This is some of our runoff product. And maybe extra banana. No. We can put that up here. All right. No, but we got extra banana smega here. Okay, no, we're going to do this. That up here. And then I'm going to keep doing a little more of this. Getting them out of the bags and into the jars. I'll keep that there. And again, 20, unpack. Get jars, repack. There we go. All right, we'll let them sort that shit out. And oh, I've got more bags than I can handle. I have to go to sleep soon too. And hello, Matus, you just started a 3-hour drive. AI lawyer entertained me. Caw! Uh-oh. Don't let Brad hear you say that. Here comes Matus endorsing more AI content on the Gaming Lawyer channel. I did appreciate the way that Matus was advocating for the AI podcast. Because Brad said he couldn't get past the first 3.5 minutes because the AI lady laughing was too much for him to handle. And Matus was actually a fan of the lullaby at the end. he liked how it made you have nightmares, which is what the lullaby is intended to do. All right, let's unload the old man's here. I have like, oh no, hold on. Motor oil. That was the problem. I got my ingredients out of order, and I think the assembly line ended up making some suboptimal mixes. Because I put gasoline instead of motor oil as the first step. Screwed some shit up. Nightmares are good because real life seems okay. Does that make sense, that statement? Oh. Alright, now I've got more gas than I need. But I have been putting gas into all this stuff. Alright, I'm just gonna put this here. And more cuke. Then the batteries next. Taco ticklers. My money laundering is coming in. Get that horse semen stocked up on the shelves. Important. Very important. Alright. Kind of time to go, wrap up my shit. And I might grab a few more of these to pass along to my dealers. We've been playing a lot of Scald because it was on sale. You go back after I beat Pool of Radiance. I was actually I can't remember what happened with Scald, why I stopped playing it. I never was like, I don't like this game. I just stopped playing it one night. It was like, hey, I'll play some more of this tomorrow, and then something else caught my eye and I never got back to it. How are you liking it, Brad? I mean, I liked it because, well, you don't like Cthulhu lore stuff, though, right? I think I remember you saying that, because it's basically, it does have like a Cthulhu mythos thing going on. I could be going a lot faster on my skateboard. You're tolerating the Cthulhu nonsense and enjoying everything else. That's fair. It really did remind me of the old Ultima games, which I think would be too antiquated for me to enjoy these days. But I still have, like, super fond memories. And this is the director of the other Brad. But other Brad, what the hell are you doing? The other dealers are bringing in like 5,000 to 10,000 a day. This is 2 days in a row. You're bringing in just over 1,000. What the hell are you? What are you selling, dude? Oh, he's still selling meth. All right. Well, you definitely need a few of these. All right. He's selling 2 strains of Big Thunderfuck. You guys remember Big Thunderfuck was the big, that was what I was selling last week. That was the big, popular, newest, hottest drug on the streets, was Big Thunderfuck. Benji's out. Okay, there's Benji's down this way. Hold on, dude. Hold on. I want to see what you've got. You are running a little low. You got some banana smegma. I'm going to give you a couple more of these. There you go. Off with you. And let's see where Molly, my last dealer, she's at home right now. Hi, Moo. Hi, Moo. Eat a barbecue. You gonna watch me live stream? Yeah, hi, sweet girl. Yeah, it's a good girl. Thank you for licking and making my fingers slimy. If you guys didn't know I was talking about a dog, this could be sounding like a very disgusting conversation I'm having with a human. That's my dog, Millie. Oh, hey. I had drugs for you. Sorry. Alright, now it's time to launder some money. I was talking to a dog, Nick. You don't believe it? You're well familiar with Millie. I've had her on stream many times. And you know as well that I frequently call Millie Moo, because her nickname is Millie Moo. And often I just call her Moo. Or Boo-Boo-Goo! Right? Sorry. That was, I don't know if that was loud in the mic. Yeah, all sorts of sickening nicknames. Millie, Millie Moo, Moo Monster, Bibagoo. That's pretty much all of them. Did I say Moo Monster already? Maybe. And sometimes I say, Millie, 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 Millie. Which I think is channeling Mike Myers in Austin Powers when he meets the Fred Savage character who has the big mole in his mouth. And he says, mole, mole, mole. And you remember that scene? Anyways, sometimes that gets stuck in my head when I'm talking to Millie. And I say her name like that. She loves it. She loves every second of all of that. I do call her Beatrice sometimes. Because sometimes she lays on her side, like completely deflated with her eyes open, looking dejected. I think it's just her, like, relaxing, but she looks dejected. And if you guys ever seen Best in Show, which I've watched a couple times this past year, but that's been out since, like, what, 1999? It's been out, or earlier? It's been out for a long time. I love that movie, even before we had a dog. I watched that movie so many times. And the movie opens up with a couple, and they're talking. You think they're talking about their daughter, like their daughter has been traumatized and won't speak to them ever since she walked in on them having sex. And then the therapist is like, "What would you like to say to Beatrice right now?" And they turn, the camera pans, and it's this dog laying like on a psychiatrist couch, just looking completely like catatonic. They're like, Beatrice, talk to us. So when Millie looks, when she flops over but has that, like, she's just laying there but her eyes are open, they look like they're filled with despair, we like to say that she's Beatricing so hard right now. If you ever seen it too, that's the other thing, is Beatrice was the dog with Busy Bee. So, if you guys, how many of you seen Best in Show? There's so many cool things, but there's different dogs and they're all going to this big dog show. So you get to know these like couples, or it's mostly couples. Each one has a dog and they're traveling across the country to go attend this big like annual dog show at like a stadium. It's a big prestigious dog show. And the couple that has Beatrice, they're these two like super high strung lawyers. They met in law school, and they're super high strung and like super competitive, and so they're like super passive aggressive. So like they're getting the dog ready, and like the dog keeps trying to attack people. It's a little like Millie. Like it gets high strung, and when people get near it, it'll like growl at them and attack them. And they're like, "Oh, Beatrice is totally freaking out right now. Get her busy bee. Where's your busy bee?" And they let their busy bee back in the hotel room, and then they start freaking out. You gotta go get that busy bee. What the heck could you? They're arguing with each other, and the dog is just looking totally stressed out. And then they're blaming the dog, like the dog has these behavioral problems, and it's really that they're like total freaks. Minecraft is hot garbage. I haven't been looking into it. I was one of those things where I was like, is that actually a really good movie or not? Did you watch it, Maxie? I haven't even looked at reviews for it because I personally don't have a ton of interest in it. But sometimes shit comes out that like turns out, oh, it was actually really good. Like the Super Mario movie, that was something I didn't particularly have a ton of interest in watching, but it got such huge hype, and I watched it and I was like, yeah, it was pretty good. I don't think it's like my new favorite movie that I'm going to watch over and over again, but I was like, it was definitely a good movie. What else was I going to do? Oh, one of these days, I'm just going to wander around the town and try to look into these new stores that have opened up. The visuals are really good, but Jason Momoa was not a good fit for the movie. Huh, alright. I don't even know what he does in it. And Jack Black plays Steve. I know that. The only... actually, I take it back. I did hear something about it, but the only thing that I've heard about it was from... I did see Red Letter Media, part of their review on it. And what they basically said was... There's this whole... like, the whole first part of the movie is about... before they go into Minecraft, and it's just about the weird like community that the movie is set in. And they said that was actually a kind of a interesting setting and interesting movie and characters. But then once it actually got where, oh, we're inside Minecraft, that they were like, yeah, at that point it just the good storytelling stopped, and it was just sort of like, I don't know. They said that they lost interest at that point. I don't even think they stopped watching it. They just said they lost all interest at that point because it totally shifted gears into something that they weren't enjoying. Why is there so much garbage over here? Where's it? Hold on, trash guy. What's up, dude? That's my trash guy, right? Why aren't you picking up the trash, bro? Everything that's in this green radius, he should be actively picking up. Here, I'm going to undo. I'm going to try turning him off and on again. All right. Now you don't have any trash cans. All right, let's try it again. I might need to actually restart the game. If people are just not doing their job. The other chance thing is I've forgotten something. But normally, if he's not doing it, if it's like I forgot to pay him, you can still ask him, why aren't you doing anything? And he'll say, you haven't paid me. All right, now let's see if he... No, he is not making a move, is he? All right, I'm going to do like a quick reboot. I can't imagine that he needs money because I paid them all at the same time, and he's the lowest paid worker that I've got. But I can check. All right, it might not be a terrible idea to top everybody off. Look at what Ollie, 77 months. You're cool like Nick. You know, but if you're gonna measure it in number of months, you're 77 90ths. 77 90ths as cool as Nick. Which is I don't know, what's that, like 83%? That's not bad. Alright, can we get to the other house without the popo seeing me? Nope, there's popos right there. They're looking at me already. But gotta get to the bottom of this situation. You can see a Minecraft movie. You just see Death of a Unicorn. I don't think I've heard of that. Is that one of those weird anime movies that you watch instead of Indiana Jones and Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark? Probably haven't even seen Goonies. You're too busy watching Death of a Unicorn. I don't know. Maybe it's not an anime, but I suspect that it is. You watched the Minecraft movie? What did you think of the Minecraft movie, Lily? Are the people that don't like it just not into Minecraft? I could see it being like, oh yeah, well, of course not going to get great reviews if it's like they're just not into that. A horror movie about unicorns that kill people. Okay, I can get behind that a little bit. It was good, huh? You know, I like the horror movie. Horror. The other thing I'd be curious about is, okay, so right now you see how some of my employees I assigned to beds in here, but they since removed the ability to do that in the game. And as of the patch where they actually took that out, if you already had employees whose beds were in another property, that would continue to function. But if you tried to do it afresh, try to do it to anyone else, it wouldn't let you. So you can't do that assignment now. Like, I couldn't grab one of my meth cooks and say assign bed and then run 2 blocks down to my other house and assign one of the beds in there. But if he's already assigned to that bed before they made that change, it would still work. Maybe at a certain point it's going to stop working. Like, wonder if my dude's broken because his would, I think, be one of the beds. Might be one of the beds? I don't know anymore. Alright. Minecraft's not exactly known for its storytelling. They basically could do anything with the movie. Yeah. Well, I don't know at this point. Because I haven't played Minecraft for so long. I know there is actually sort of a story that's happening in Minecraft, but I doubt it's very narrative rich. In the sense that you're still probably fundamentally right. But I know there's more story in it than there was the last time I played it, like 10 years ago. I played it a couple times since then, but I never did more than dig a deep hole. Diggy, you know. Diggy hole. I'm gonna save and exit the game and come back in because I feel like some of my folks are broken. Let's see, we'll quit. I think I'm gonna quit all the way out of the game. The movie is very much for little kids, but you wish it would have done better storytelling. Alright, so Ali confirms. Maybe not the greatest movie. Except maybe for kids. Oh, I forgot to tell you, there's also some exciting news, well, at least for me. Today, a game called The Talos Principle Reawakened released. It's one of the few times I saw a game came out and I'm just like, oh, I'm going to buy that. I just bought it. It was $40, but there was like a package where you could buy the original and Talos Principle 2 and get a discount. And I already own both of those, so I was able to get the game for like $20. And I was like, all right, that's the game that I was playing in VR, the laser puzzles that I was fixated, like obsessed with, like a year ago. And then Talos Principle 2 came out, and I streamed that once or twice. I don't know that anyone particularly liked watching me stream it. It's not a widely known game series, but it really clicked hard with me playing that game. And especially when I played, they had the original one that came out in a VR dedicated version, and I really liked playing that game in VR. But it got me sort of rehooked on the franchise. And so they just came out with this this remastered version of the original that it's the whole first game, but it's all like the graphics are all redone, and there's a few little quality of life improvements. And then they've added a new sort of prequel chapter at the end with some new content. Talos Principle was better than this. I could agree that you probably enjoyed Talos Principle better than this. I think there are a lot of people who would disagree with you in terms of... I think you could take a survey of people who like watching people play games on streams. You might be in the minority of saying that more people would be excited about watching the Talos Principle in this game. But I'll say it straight up. I like Talos Principle better than this game. But I will also say straight up that I don't think Talos Principle has as wide an appeal as this game does. It's just something that clicked weird with me. And it also has a lot of weird existential, like, philosophical principles going on. And themes around the end of the world and the death of humanity. And like there's a lot of weighty stuff that just like I was just ready for it. There's all these exploration of the concepts of death and mortality, and I don't know. So even all that like peripheral stuff I ended up clicking with. And I think part of it too is, you know, it was like I just turned 50 when I got back into that game. And there were a lot of the themes in that were confronting the concept of mortality. It's not like I've never been aware of it before, but I think certain milestones in your life you become more keenly aware. I think hitting 50 is just one of those things where you're like, oh my god. Like, I can remember thinking for a good part of my life that 50 is one of those ages. It's so far in the future, it's never going to come. And then it's like, holy shit, how the fuck did that happen? And then I remember one of the last things that my dad said. My dad passed away in 2018. And my aunt did this little like video interview with him a couple weeks before he died, and just to be like, so, you know, what do you think is going to happen afterwards, and what do you think, you know, do you have any insights that you can share about this experience? It was kind of a cool thing that she did. And he was sort of like, he had brain cancer, so he was a little bit like not 100%, but he was also still at that point pretty with it. And one of the things he said was, when she said, what's like one of the biggest things you would have to say about, you know, being here now, sort of knowing it's the end of you're coming to the end of your life, and what about it would you say, share about that for your family and other people? And the first thing out of his mouth was, he was like, he looked actually shocked, and he was like, whoa, it was a short ride. My dad was pushing 80 at that point. He was 78. And when you hear someone who's 78 say, like, shocked, saying, it was a short ride, that's exactly how I felt. Like, how the fuck did I turn 50 already? Right? And so that's one of those things where, you know, you start confronting your mortality, and you realize, just as shocked as I am that, oh, how the fuck did I become 50, is, I think, how my dad felt when he's 78 and he's told you've got 2 months to live. And 78 sounds like a long time, but for the person living that life to say, wow, it was a short ride, like it's over before you know it, that really made an impression to me. Your dad, Evie, I mean, okay, everyone's gonna go eventually, right? But honestly, it sounds like the people in your family lived like 100 years old, Evie. So I think you probably got a good chance that you've got a lot of years left with your dad. I mean, no, I'm not saying it's not possible. Anything could happen, and that you should appreciate him, and and not assume that you've got 30 more years, right? But I think if anyone I know has reason to think they may still have like a parent in their 70s, and they may still have a lot of years left, it's you. And I hope so. I hope that's the case too. And that's like kind of a funny thing too, is like not funny, but the whole experience with my dad and talking with other people about that. And you might have been one of these people too, that like almost couldn't fathom the idea of like dealing with the loss of their parent. Like if they just can't even deal with thinking about it, like really imagining what that would be like. Yeah, and it's sort of surreal. Like with my dad, we spent a lot of years. We weren't ever like 100% estranged, but we spent a lot of years where our relationship wasn't that good, and we didn't talk that much, and we were there were tensions between us about different things, and thinking like we just weren't on the best of terms for probably in the 90s and into the early 2000s. There was about, I don't know, 5 to 10 years. This is when my parents were divorced. They went through this long, bitter divorce, and things just got really weird and strained. And yeah, so I was like, there was a few years there where I was like, well, I don't, if he died, because I thought about it sometimes. What if he died? Because he also was like stressed out, and he's still smoking, and he was not very healthy. And the last one time I saw him, I remember thinking he looked terrible. Like it wouldn't surprise me the way things are going is if he just had a heart attack, and he was like in his 50s then. And when I thought like, how would I feel if that happened? And I remember thinking at a certain point, like, I don't know if I'd feel anything. And the fact is, like, I think that's just part of your mind not being able to wrap around it. And because I felt all sorts of things when he did pass away. A lot of things, and we had a much better relationship for the last 15 years of his life too. Like that, we didn't stay in that state. Let me see got my drug dealers. But yeah, it was just one of those things where I couldn't wrap my head around it. And I know in that last year he did a couple things that like really pissed me off, but it wasn't awful. But I think in retrospect it was probably like a little bit of the brain cancer making him act weird, like act more abrasive and more, I don't know. I'm not going to get into like specifically stuff that happened, but there were a couple instances where he said things that were just like kind of fucked up and hurtful, and I was like, what was that all about? And one of the last times, I think it was the very last time I visited him in 2017 before he got diagnosed, that's when this thing happened where I was like, what the fuck? It's like, yeah, I was like, no, I'm not gonna get into it. It wasn't horrible, like he's a monster or anything, but it was just sort of like, that was fucked up, dude. Like, That hurt. That was like, you shouldn't have said that. um, and yeah, then 2 months later, he was diagnosed with brain cancer. So I think part of me was like, well, that might explain why he was acting a little like fucked up. Like he would, at that point, they know he was already in an advanced stage of cancer, just no one knew it yet. But yeah, there was all that stuff with my, like, you know, people have weird relationships with their parents, and especially if you go through, you know, this kind of thing where there's those years. Not everyone experiences this, but I know my dad did with his dad, and I did with my dad. The feeling like I'm a disappointment, I'm not good enough, you know, I'm not successful enough, he doesn't respect me, he doesn't respect the decisions that I made, or, you know, my accomplishments and or lack thereof at various points in my life. It took me a long time to get my shit together in my like 20s and 30s, and I felt like my dad was always sort of judging me rather than supporting me during those periods. And so yeah, it was like there's some weird undercurrents there, and a lot of that when he was sick in those last few months, a lot of that was sort of like bubbling up. And we weren't arguing when he was sick or anything like that, but it just was like I was very sort of sensitive to all of that history. And then when he passed away, you know, it's sort of like all of that, so many different weird feelings just sort of bubbled up to the surface while I was dealing with his loss that I didn't, like, I had no idea that I would experience before it actually happened. It's kind of mind-blowing, I'll be honest. Like, it wasn't like straight up, I'm sad, I'm gonna cry now. Sometimes it was. Other times it was other things. Sometimes I was pissed off at him. Sometimes I was sad, I'd cry, be crying and talking to him, and you know, there's just it's just like, wow. No one ever warned you how difficult elderly parents can be towards their children. Well, especially if they, if they start actually having some sort of, because they're, you know, degenerative conditions where they're not necessarily vegetables, but it can change your personality in bad ways. And then also, you know, I think that the psychological toll of just being old, being near the end of your life, that can really change how, you know, that can really change how you interface with people. I know there was a big, between my aunts and uncles, when they were all like in their late 60s, they hit this point where there was this huge family feud. And a lot of it sort of centered around like my aunt, because it was my dad and his brother and sister were sort of like the leaders of our family. And there was a point, and we'd always get together for like a family Christmas. I'll get together for family Christmas. I'll get together for a family 4th of July. And then various other points of the year, we'd find other occasions. But it's Christmas and 4th of July were the two big ones. And there was this big rift where they got like, for 3 years, we had separate Christmases. Like they're just like, oh, this, like my aunt and her little husband and his side of the family were like not getting together with the rest of the family, the other two brothers, and it was this bitter thing. And I remember that was right when I came back to LA for law school. I didn't know how much shit had gone down while I was away because I sort of lost track of what was happening. Cause I'd never seen that before. But I remember I was talking with my aunt, and she's like, I didn't know they were fighting at that point, but she said something like, you know, as I've gotten older, I've realized I'm not just going to be polite about everything anymore. If people are doing things that I don't like, I'm not going to pretend that it's okay. And I didn't know what she meant at that point, but I still don't know all of what might have been going on. But I think it was just this real, like, things broke down because she just, like, she was someone that had always been the peacemaker, the accepting person, the tolerant person, the person that would be the better person if there was some sort of a disagreement or whatever. And at a certain point, she's just like, I'm tired of doing that shit. And started doing things that like didn't fly well. Mortality of man is scary if you think about it. Told you guys, but your brother once ran a red light and he could have died if the lady hadn't swerved. Oh, I can think, especially driving. There's so many incidents if you really stop and think about everything that ever happened to you in a car. I mean, literally, every time I've been driving and I sneezed, if that had gone wrong, if like I was on the freeway, just like there's so many just little driving is really people don't realize it because you know most people aren't in serious accidents all the time, but driving is really is a very dangerous activity. Like it's just the fact that everyone's sort of generally following all the same rules at the same time and being cautious that it's all sort of works out most of the time that people aren't getting like you know constantly like injured or maimed or killed. Mr. EV103, huh? No mortality. That's funny. Now at this point now where it's that time of the evening when all the extra viewers start coming in and we're talking about all this. I'm not even playing the game, just walking in circles, not even paying attention to what I'm doing. We're talking about death and shit. Welcome to Gaming Lawyers stream. Yeah, at the point that I think I mean, I've a little bit been fixated on the concept of mortality since I was a teenager. And it's been a concern of mine for a long time. It's basically at the point, because, you know, I think I mentioned I was raised religious, and somewhere in my late teens, I really started questioning, like, is any of this real? And I think one of my biggest, I mean, some people say, oh, if people turn into atheists, it's because they just don't want to be accountable. They're rebelling and stuff. And for me, it was never like that. For me, I was mortified to think, like, is this thing that I want to believe is real actually, like, I've been given a line and it's not real? Like, I was mortified at the idea, and I was also like, well, fuck. If that's not real, what happens? That's one of the first questions that comes up. What happens when you die? Because I was like, I've always been very much like, hey, someday I'm going to die, and it's going to be great, and I'm going to go to this amazing place, and blah, blah, blah. And then it's like, oh. What if none of that happens, and now you just turn off? And so then I became very uncomfortable with the concept of my own mortality. So ever since then, that sort of uncertainty of what's going to happen, and not only an uncertainty, but a lot of times thinking like, probably nothing. But, you know, maybe, fingers crossed, something good. But good chance, nothing. Probably, like, if I'm going to run odds, probably nothing. Not a comfortable headspace to be in if you spend too much time looking at it. Yeah, the newcomers need to hear about my dysfunctional relationship with my dead father. I'm sure they're all into that. I'm sure they're all into that. The weird life lessons when you start living long enough, and everyone who lives long enough has to start learning about these weird lessons about like losing people and coming to terms with mortality and all that kind of thing. You prefer Lotro as a walking simulator, better scenery, or better yet Riften? And what are we talking about now? You think that's better than me talking about my dead dad? Is that what you're saying? That's better stream content? If I played Skyrim and run circles, sort of like the way I'm doing on my drug warehouse right now, except Riften. It'll be like before you were born. Well, the big difference is before I was born, I'd never yet existed. So the fact that I began to exist, and now I'm going to have to confront the fact that that would end, that's troubling to me. And I look at all sorts of people. Some people believe in reincarnation, all these other stuff. I don't necessarily think there's any real reason to have a strong reasonable, rational conclusion that that's the case. Any of that stuff's true. Doesn't mean it's not, but it's just like, The fact that some people believe it doesn't, that's not a reason to be like, well, then I think that's what's going to happen to me. I wasn't playing, just walking around, yeah. Used to be Catholic, but funny enough, COVID made you realize you didn't really believe or want to go to church anymore, and once you stopped going, stopped participating, you became agnostic. COVID did that, huh? That's interesting. I mean, I would think if anything, I can understand not wanting to go to church because, yeah, it's a lot of vectors going on during a pandemic. If you all crowd into a building together. Yeah, I've sort of been, yeah, I've been in that state for a long time now, of where you'd probably say agnostic, what you call it. Different people, there's different ways of defining things. Like, they say atheist agnostic, because agnostic is like that this is the state of being that you don't know. You admit that you don't know a thing. And but then there's still a conclusive, like, if you say you don't know, but you don't positively believe that there's a God. You don't express an affirmed belief. That they'd be like, well, you'd be an agnostic atheist, so you don't have a positive belief in a God, but you admit that you don't know one way or the other. And it's the idea that it's like, you're not saying there isn't one, but you're saying you don't know, and you're not just going to, like, be able to, like, I can't just tell myself I'm going to believe in this thing. Because honestly, the whole question of mortality would be a lot easier to deal with if I could just say, hey, I'm just going to believe that I'm going to have, that all these amazing things are going to happen. And then all of a sudden I believe that. It's no longer an issue anymore. I wish I could. But if I could do that, I would. But that was the whole thing that started creeping into my teenagers, was like that fear of, well, shit, what if none of this is true? And that's when I first started looking into, like, so sort of theological discussions and philosophical discussions, thinking, well, surely people have figured out, like, how to prove this stuff is real, right? And then you realize, like, nope, that's not what they're doing. And a lot of these discussions are just acknowledging how no one really knows and all that stuff. Anyway. You're generally an agnostic atheist, but when it comes to the God concept you've heard, you're willing to claim they're nonsense. Well, and that's the thing, is any particular claim, and I tend to be like, anyone that's running around acting like they know they have the truth, I tend to not give any credence to that. Because as a species, we've spent the last several thousand years manufacturing religions. And some people would say the counterpoint is, well, there was something true happening all along, and it was just experienced differently by different cultures. So, and I'm like, that could be true. There might be some truth to that. But the more likely story is people like to have explanations for things that they don't understand. And when you start realizing some of these questions about why we're here, where we're going after we die, and all this stuff, they can become very uncomfortable concepts to look at. And it can be very tempting to try to come up with comforting things to make those ideas not, and that uncertainty, less uncomfortable. And then, of course, I believe there are people who actively exploit that kind of thing and use it to control and, use it for power and politics and whatever else. And that's where you're pretty much at, Nick? Yeah. Yeah, I think it's fair to say that I'm right around there too. Well, having said that, talking about my dead dad and the nature of mortality, let's make some cocaine. Nothing cheers me up when I'm mulling about the depths of my own mortality than brewing up some nice cocaine. There you go. And it's like morning, it's cheerful. Those fresh coca leaves brewing in that gasoline. What a glorious morning. Yep, ho hum, the life of a cocaine dealer. Nothing cheers you up like religion and politics. This is definitely straying into a topic that I normally would consider off. Like off limits for the most part. Because even the discussion we've been having is something that could be like enough to trigger someone feeling like their beliefs are under attack. I mean, I've known plenty of people who just the casual mention that someone else doesn't believe the thing that they sincerely like they center their whole lives around, if someone can casually say, I don't believe any of that's true, can itself be like, feel like a slap in the face of those people. Which, you know, I can understand that because until I was around 15 or 16 and I started having my own doubts. That's how I felt. That's how I was. And I wonder if I'd gone on to continue in my life somehow to embrace those beliefs and like really entrench myself in those beliefs, I probably would have become more that way over time. Do you actually make cocaine with gasoline? Sorry, you just started paying attention to ingredients. Like, well, I think so. Do you guys remember when I was playing, what is that? That Wildlands, the game where I was the squad team in South America attacking the drug cartels, and every once in a while you'd take out a cartel boss and it would have like a little video about their portion of the operation. And there was some point where I was going to be going after the people that actually handled the manufacturing, and there was this whole video. It was like a video tutorial about how to make cocaine. I remember I played it twice because someone in my chat I think Nick would jokingly said, "Hey, I think I missed the last part about how to make." Yeah, the point being that people in the chat were taking notes, so they could then, after the stream ended, could then go make their own cocaine based on the things they'd learned during the game. And I'm pretty sure I remember that manufacturing process having the like gasoline and coca leaves. Yeah, Brad says, and yes, gasoline is part of it in real life. And hello, Chaos Might. Apart from the maturing, being able to hold a conversation even when the other person holds an operate, that's part of maturing. You know what? I think different people have different thresholds for that, though. Like, one thing that I've realized, and it's one reason why I generally have like a sort of a don't come here and talk religion and politics, is sort of one of my standing rules here. Although occasionally, obviously, like right now, I'm breaking that rule again. But if somebody was flat out being like, let's talk about like the tariffs or something that's happening in the news, I'd be like, I don't want to. I definitely have opinions about it, but I don't want to get into a discussion about that because that could become very volatile very quick. And religion is another hot topic that can sort of go the same way depending on who you're talking to. And I have found out that when I hit opposition, I can become like frustrated easily if I feel like the other person isn't acknowledging my like where I'm coming from, and those conversations can get kind of heated. But then I try to look at myself and be like, well, am I offering them that same courtesy? Am I truly acknowledging where they're coming from? And I feel like I try to do that, but I also can admit, like, I probably don't always come off that way either. And I think, and I came to a point where I realized, like, when I have discussions with people who have, like, conflicting beliefs from what I do, what I have, it just seems like they seldom lead to, like, ends where everyone's like, thank you, I respect that, and I feel like I have a greater understanding of other perspectives now. It seems like they never end that way. It just ends with people being kind of pissed off and saying, well, agree to disagree. And then you just kind of take a few deep breaths until it passes and start talking about something else. If you're lucky, that's how those conversations end. There are plenty of chemical processes that use things that are completely unhealthy if consumed on their own. You're talking about the gasoline thing? Yeah. You feel that, G-Law? Yeah, it will. And I know Brad's going to be like, you talked about this a million times. But the first channel that I created on YouTube where I made content was in 2006. And it was specifically to talk about, like, sort of religious issues. Religious debates. Debates about belief, what people believed. And my thought was, I'm gonna be this voice of reason. I see everyone on here arguing and being like assholes to each other and abrasive, and I want to try to be this voice of reason for people to have real discussions. Flash forward 6 months and I'm just having these flame war chats, like flame war discussions with people in chat, and just completely like feeling triggered all the time. And so eventually I just had to shut that shit down. Yeah, Nick, you never heard this story before? You gotta be joking, right? you have to be joking, Nick. I mean, granted, I'd say the whole time I've had this channel, I've probably only brought that up maybe 4 or 5 times over 10 years. But whenever I do, I'm like, God damn, this story again? It's like, all right, sorry. I know it's been 3 years and I brought it up again. I think I brought it up more in the last few months because there's been a lot of stuff happening politically in the last few months. Like over the last year, because obviously election year, all that shit, everyone's thinking about that stuff. Everyone's whatever. Even the last few years leading up to this, there's been a lot of like politically charged shit everywhere. So I probably have brought it up more in the last couple of years than the preceding 8 years. Now Brad's probably thinking I brought it up at least 80 times. I bring it up at least twice per stream. I feel fairly certain that I've gone multiple years in a row without ever bringing that up. Oh, there's that music that sounds like I come from the land down under. You better run, you better take cover. I probably don't know the lyrics correctly. That was one of the songs I had the lyrics wrong in my head for most of my life, and then at a certain point I actually heard the real lyrics and I was like, oh, that's when I first heard this song when I was 5 years old, I thought they were saying I come from the land of the love, which didn't make any sense, but I thought, I don't know what it means. Most of what they say in these rock songs don't make any sense to me, and spoiler alert, probably is because I didn't understand what they were saying, so I just phonetically filled it in with weird words that didn't make any sense. I come from the land of the love. What the fuck does that mean? Or, what is it? The Africa. I feel the rains down in Africa. And then where they say there's nothing. What is it? There's nothing that a million men or more could ever do. Is that even right? I know me and my friends thought they said there's nothing that a million men on Mars could ever do. And we thought when I was a kid for years that there was a line in that song There's nothing that a million men on Mars could ever do. Singing and skateboarding. No, that's not. Well, yeah, I did sing a little bit, but just one line for illustrative purposes. All right. Probably I should. I feel like I'm being a terrible drug lord right now. I'm not even collecting my money for my dealers. I think I've got them all pretty well set up. I'm not laundering my drug cash. I don't even know where my dealers are right now. Oh, she's down there. Yep, you can tell by that big green head that she's been dealing my product. Here you go. Oh, thanks. 10 grand. Loving it. The lawyer Mandela effect. It's only the Mandela effect if large number of people experience it. Not if it was G-Law and one childhood friend. No, I'm not saying it's Mandela effect. Yeah. This was not something where everyone that I knew everywhere thought that part of the Africa song lyrics was a million men on Mars. That was specifically like me and my one other friend and his little brother type of thing. Now, what might be the Mandela effect is if everyone agreed with Brad that I brought up my original religious political discussion channel on every stream for the last 8 years, 10 years, nine and a half at this point. And if everyone was like, yeah, now that Brad mentions it, I remember him bringing it up every single stream for the last 10 years. He doesn't ever not bring it up. I'd feel like that might be some Mandela effect shit. Because I know I didn't bring it up that much. But if everyone in the chat, you know, I have 1,800 subscribers. Most of which subscribed during a raid 10 years ago and never came back. But still, they're still subscribed. Hey, 11,000? Good deal. Let's see, where's, gonna hit Benji? You just think 4 to 5. All right, so Brad's just trying to keep me honest. That maybe it's been more than 4 or 5 years. That's entirely possible, Brad. How many times, if you were to hazard a guess, Brad, how many times, you could even give me a range. You're like, it's definitely more than 5. Is it less than 20? What do you think? Or you're like, maybe 20. Less than 40? I think we can narrow down a range to where you would concede. No, you didn't say it that much. Wait, did I lose track? Benji, he went back home while I wasn't even looking. Somewhere between 15 and 20. Nick agrees 15 to 20. Okay. I would agree that that's possibly the case. I could concede that that could very well be true. Even though, if, like, off the cuff, me thinking about it, I thought 4 to 5 times. Oh! Okay. I just am acting like there's not a curfew going on. I didn't even phase my brain. Because literally the curfew started like 20 seconds ago. Oh, I didn't even get to... I should sneak around and do my drug laundering, though. And probably not any or many in the first couple of years of streaming. Oh, yeah, no, I wouldn't... I don't think I would have brought any of that shit up at all. I would wager, for the most part, that this is probably stuff that I didn't really bring up until, like, whenever it was that I really stopped worrying about my channel growing. 2018, 2019. That's probably... I would guess it was around, like, 2019. Was the point at which I probably Like, maybe even brought it up for the first time. And then part of me was a little, like, freaked out. There were some people that really didn't like me, or that I got in, like, vicious arguments with, that I think were the type of people that would just keep coming up with new account names and coming, like, re-provoking arguments with me. Like, oh, well, if he sees this name, he's gonna know it's like I'm the same guy that was, whatever, being a dick 6 months ago. So I'm gonna make this new one and re-provoke the conversation. Oh, I didn't go to Taco Ticklers to do the laundering there. I'm gonna have to sneak over to Taco Ticklers. That's a good point, Nick. Here, let me close this unlocked door. Then we're gonna sneak in the back way to Taco Ticklers. Yep. Here, I'm gonna come down here, then ride my skateboard all the way back home. Hopefully I don't run into any popos. They apparently run the same, like they're in the same spots, and the ones that patrol run the same patrol route every day and night cycle. So if you get to know it, you can, like, know exactly where to go at any given time. There's a couple spots I know where they are. Like, I think there's one intersection where a couple cops stay, like, almost the whole night. And that's what I kept working around there, because I know that they're there. Alright, let's see how me old, yeah, we need to get this going again. Burp. A little bit of that. Put my skateboard away probably too. And get that product out. Get that gas going. Boom. Get those leaves in there. Boom. Get that product out. Pour that gas. Oh well. This special batch for somebody. I don't think it actually, if you do that, it doesn't actually count the plastic bottle as part of the mix. I've really fallen behind my my plant growers. Got a real, I'm a real bottleneck in this operation right now. Yeah, you can, I mean, they're not gonna do like a drug bust on your place or anything. But yeah, if they see you, like if you drug deal in front of a cop, they'll come after you. If you're out over after curfew and they see you, they'll try to arrest you. They will, yeah, they will, or like they'll take one of the stream last week at some point. I accidentally dealt. They didn't realize like there was some cops standing like 20 feet away looking in our direction, and I ran away. They're actually like shooting tasers at me and shit. And I actually got arrested last week because Brad kept asking at first. I'm like, I'm not going to get arrested just because you want to see me get arrested. And then I'm like, fine, I'll go get arrested right now. And I got arrested for curfew. All right, let's put this shit on here. In. 10 here. Oh no, I should have done that. They should still put me in the pokey. When we get arrested here, they just take a certain amount of money, and then I think you respawn by the police station the next morning or some shit like that. It's not super dramatic. You can get killed in this too. Was it one of the streamers, one of the guys that I've watched for a long time? Have you guys heard of a channel called Worth a Buy? He's not huge, but it's someone that I like, a random dude that I found 15 years ago who used to just do like Let's Plays, and then he switched over to like a review channel called Worth a Buy. He's an English guy. And he's the person that got me wanting to stream after watching him play like a big old scaredy pants playing Outlast. And I had at that point not played Outlast. Or I had Outlast, but I stopped playing it because I was too stressed. Like, I couldn't handle it. It was too anxiety inducing. And watching him play it and freak out. And then he said he was so scared he started streaming it instead, because he wanted to feel like there were people with him so he wouldn't be as afraid. But yeah, so I don't watch everything that he does, because he's sort of like he's a real cranky son of a bitch. He's a little bit like a Brad did a review channel. He bitches about almost everything, but there's plenty of games he likes too. But he's known for, like, especially if it's like most popular games, he'll just be like, "That's bullshit," and blah 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 blah. He does some pretty funny shit though. Like, I enjoy it. Wait, what? Are these done already? Wow. So, and he does little things like he'll do like little musical bits and whatever. He's fun though. Like, one of the things he hates are games that have, like, shooter games where you get X-ray, like detective vision or X-ray vision, where you can see enemies through walls, like tag them and see them through walls. He calls it X-ray vision, and he thinks it's like for weak modern day, like, baby gamers that can't handle a challenge. And so he, like, whenever he reviews a game that has that sort of where you can see the outline of enemies through walls, he has this like musical cue that pops up, and it's like X-ray vision, X-ray vision, and then like "Mom, look, I'm shooting the bad guys." It's like he's just, it's not exactly what he does, but it's just, I don't know, it sounds dumb, and it probably is, but he just does funny shit like that. All that to say is that, wait, it was all to say that he reviewed this game like yesterday. But now I'm trying to remember why I even brought that up. He liked this game. He was really into it. There was something he did during the game, and that was, I think, in a reference that he talked about. Now, after all that, I spent 10 minutes talking about the background of this guy. Am I out of coca seeds again? Good lord. Here, I need another meetup. Mayor's house for the next 6 years. Why over? The mayor's the exact opposite side of town. Oh yeah, he got killed in the game. Oh my god, Brad, thank you so much. He did a thing, I can't remember. I showed you once how you cook the meth. I'm not even cooking meth anymore. But there's that phase where you have it in like the glass. It's not a beaker, it's the round one. I forget what they're called. And you have to heat it up, and there's that little delicate balancing like mechanic where you've got to press the fire button, but then the temperature little meter rises, but then you can't let it go too high. And I've never failed that, but he was screwing around with it and just leaving the heat element on too long. and it actually exploded, and he got like a "you're dead" scene. But all that it did was like it took out $250, and then he respawned at the hospital. So it's like, okay, not exactly the end of the world. But I didn't know until I watched his stream that you could actually die in this game. Cacao? I think if it's like there's a cocoa that's pronounced cacao. All right, how many am I gonna get now? Okay, I'm gonna get 80. I don't have enough fit. Oh, why did I'm carrying raw drug rocks around? Okay. So I guess I can only get 40. Let's try this again. I should have emptied my pockets before I came over here. I feel like an idiot now. Yeah, I think what you're thinking of is this, if I'm remembering. I want to say that that's like a way of referring to like a chocolate. Oh, I've always got a bag of like my finished product on me. But to just be out here with like the uncooked rocks of the refined leaves, that's pretty ghetto. Wow, and I was just gonna spend some time today just walking around town to look at the new businesses from the new patch. I've already messed that up. All right, hold on. I think it's let me now I'm gonna Google it. No. Oh, there it is. Okay. There is cacao. And then there's... Alright, and I'm looking up this stuff like, okay, what the fuck is the difference? Oh, well, let me fit. So, and no, neither one of these are coca, which is the leaves used to make cocaine. Not like, hey, depending on how you have these leaves, you can either have hot cocoa or crack. Totally separate plants, I think. It might turn out that I'm wrong. Oh yeah, every plant that Hershey uses to make candy bars, they're slipping out the back window to make crack. No, but I think it's cocoa and coca are two whole different plants. Oh no, I'm all out of the shit again. Well, you know what? I've got more drugs right now than I could ever sell. So if my little operation here comes to a grinding halt, I will survive. I want to wander around town and look at the stores. I know I looked in the no, like, can I go into the bait and tackle store now? No. I think I should be able to tell which stores are the new ones that you can enter just by looking at them. Like the pawn shop used to just be windows and doors you couldn't see through. And now you can see, like, from the outside that there's an interior. I am notorious for pronouncing words weird and incorrectly. Or if there are multiple ways to pronounce a word, that I'll use those multiple ways interchangeably. Let's see, can I come in here now? Nope. And the thing that's cool is I'm knocking on all these doors, but if anyone comes out, I can try and sell them drugs. So, you know, it works out. I didn't talk to any of them. The butter box. I want to go to the butter box. I can't even knock on the Crimson Canary. Ask Brad and Nick. Nick also catches me in a lot of linguistic fumbles. No, not gonna mess. That's one thing I heard can happen, and I think I mentioned this in the last stream. But supposedly, if you assign a lot of the people, like your customers, to your drug dealers, and if you come up to some rando on the street and end up selling something to them that then they're assigned to one of your drug dealers, it can kind of break your drug dealer a little bit. Well, I know that there's the patch that came out today, and one of the main things that it did was make more, like, open up a few more buildings. I know the pawn shop, and specifically, is now you can go in and do shit. Although when I went into the pawn shop earlier, I didn't actually see a proprietor there. You think it's charming when I say it in fucked up ways? Oh, thanks, Brad. I'm glad you feel that way. Mostly, I just kind of feel like an idiot. But, you know, if it does bring you happiness, I'll take it. I'll take that. No, it's not very expansive. This is, like, it. I think they have a whole bunch of... Now, I don't know. I think something might be screwed up, because there's supposed to be... I think there's supposed to be someone you can talk to in there. Let me check that little main street over here. See if there's any new. I mean, I could always just look at the patch notes. It'll tell me exactly. Now here, I think it has a few new things. There might be a few new, supposedly new cosmetics. I can't tell what they are, though. No, I can't remember. I want to say, maybe they're not... I want to say it was like gold chains and stuff. Maybe it was a different store that has the new stuff. But more like gangster, like gold chain type of stuff. Gold necklaces and... Barbershop. It's already closed. I'm already wearing my swag threads right now. This was what I'm wearing now. This is my, this is like my drug boss outfit. Saucepan hat. Alright, that was already available. The tattoo parlor was already available. I want to say there was, like, maybe one more new shop open. chemical company? No. Was it Bud's Bar? Okay, sauerkraut pizza. Now I don't know what the last place was. Again, I could literally like look up the Steam page real quick because it's the newest news entry. But like, I'm more like, well, it would be fun if I just could explore the city and discover it. Oh yeah, Bud's Bars, and the people coming and going from Bud's Bar always have big cowboy hats. Hang out here for a second. This will probably be bright green because they're all high off of my shit. We see anyone coming and going. Yeah, this guy looks like a regular at Bud's Bar. I know, he just likes wearing a pot on his head. I would feel like a dude wearing a pot on his head would go well in a bar that plays banjo music. That's one of the things that he said he's going to add in the near future in the game is dancing, which makes me think maybe you will be able to go into Bud's Bar. Oh, here's that curfew. See if I slip by these cops real quick. Whoa! Okay. Man, that cop car that I literally just smashed into didn't notice me out after curfew, and I feel like I'm getting away with some shit now. Alright, hold on a sec. Just realized when I was looking up cacao, I covered up my streaming windows. On monitor 2. Alright, let's continue this process, shall we? Getting real good at this. Oh. Wait, how am I? That one's run out of leaves? That. No, that is not how I do that. Oh, I also need to add the leaves, don't I? I think I'm starting to get getting a little tired. All right, and we'll drop some of these off. Whoops. All right. After curfew, you need a fake employee uniform to act like you're going to work. I think if I work nights. Yeah, because it seems like if you work at the gas station, you can be out. Oh, I need to get more drug ingredients. These last 3 are like out. Deliveries. There we go. Batteries. 160. Horse semen. Very important. 160. Mega beans. 160. You gonna let me do this much? I'm gonna check out the RV just to make sure it's not something I can interact with now. Docks. Order is too large. Okay. Usually do 40, 40, 40, 40. So let's see. Let's do try 80 here. See if that. Still too much? Horse semen. Let's make this 80. Place order. Yay! And then I think I'm going to do the first. I'm going to order a second truck. And we're just going to do the standard. Motor oil. 80. Cuke. 80. Gasoline. Oh. 80. And paracetamol. 80. To the dock warehouse, loading dock number 2. Thank you very much. Oh, is this the only drug I make? Yeah, right now it is. Well, yeah, really. It's one of the tips of this game is because to really manufacture a complex drug mix, like, because right now, you know, I've got the leaves, they get cooked, they go in the ovens, and then this is the, you know, the just straight up regular cocaine, and then you start cutting it with stuff. Right now the production's done because it has to be cut in a certain order to come to the end product, and we're out of the motor oil, which is the first step. So this is backing up, but it goes here, and then you get the version that adds this, adds this, adds this, adds this, adds this, adds this, and then it comes all the way here. And what I get is the thing that costs $1,000 per little bag, which is, like, as far as I know, the most expensive anything can be in this game. And the idea is that it's such a mega production to just produce that in volume. And it is the like going to get you the most money of anything that I can make, that it doesn't make sense to be trying to make a bunch of different things, because it just takes so much infrastructure to do that. So technically what I could do is I could buy the barn on the other side of town, set up a whole operation, do something similar with weed if I wanted to, but the highest strain of weed is only going to sell for like $300 a baggie. Right? I think, no, actually less than that. Or maybe more. I don't think I ever got an optimal. Well, I think when I was doing meth, which is more expensive than weed, I did get I think I looked up and got what would be the most expensive mix for a meth product. And it was something like $350 per bag. What I'm selling now is $999. It's like, you can't enter 1,000. So yeah, I mean, the only reason that you would consider making additional drugs is each drug has different attributes, and different customers have different preferences for the kinds of attributes that they want in drugs. They'll have likes and dislikes. And I know as you unlock the more advanced neighborhoods, they become more and more picky and harder to please to get new customers. You maybe saw some of that last week, where I was breaking into this docks neighborhood, and I kept handing out free sample after free sample to try to get people to, like, become my customers. And a lot of them over and over again were just not into that meth that I was trying to give them. They're like, I don't like that. So I actually had a couple, like, custom. You could see what their likes and dislikes are, and I actually had I made a couple of custom, very small batches to appeal to specific people, and then I gave that to them. And then they're like, "Ooh, I like that," and then they agreed to be my customer. Well, it's got horse semen in it. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Aside from the horse semen, would be vegan, right? Here's my RV. I don't think the RV is a going concern at this point. I like the idea that I could try to order a delivery to the RV, but they wouldn't actually let you do it because there actually has to be like a loading parking space. So it actually will let you select for delivery any property you have, but the first couple places where you live don't have loading bays, so they're just like, oh, you can't deliver it because there's no loading bay. It's like, why do you have it available in the drop down? Anyways. Alright. Time to go collect some drug money, huh? Hey, guys. Hey, what's going on, Jane? 15,000. Was that just because I forgot to collect yesterday? I don't know. Brad didn't sell anything? Brad, okay, maybe I need to take something out of circulation from him. Maybe he can't make change with these things. Alright, I'm just going to give him an empty slot, because it could be an inventory management problem. I have too many different things in his inventory. Chaos might restart the game. Well, I did restart. Well, maybe that's an issue too. I did restart the game at a certain point for a different issue, but I don't know if this was happening before. Can you confirm, Chaos Might, that is a specific issue that's being caused, like just bugging out, that a restart would fix? Because I really did suddenly look at, like, I've got a whole bunch of different things in there in his inventory, and they have this dynamic where if they want to sell out of a jar, they need space for the leftover. Like, they might sell 2 instead of 5, and they need space for the change. And if they don't have it, I could see it shutting down this whole operation. Chemists, I know the chemists have bugs. You know what? Then that's a good point. I will restart. Well, let me finish collecting my money, because I need to get to a save spot. And all right. Go down to Molly. And I might stop by Taco Tickler's on the way up. No, I have a house right here. I have a save spot right next door to Molly's. So I'll just save there and then restart the game. That's sort of hard at this stage. If there's certain things that aren't working the way that they're supposed to, it's hard to tell the difference between whether I'm just doing something wrong or there's actually a bug. All right, we're gonna go. And Chaos, do you know if I just... Now I'm gonna go all the way out of the game, but would it work for you when you do it to come to this screen and just come back in from here? Or do you exit all the way out of the game? Because the couple of times that I've tended to do it this way. But it does add like an extra, I don't know, 30 seconds, 45 seconds or whatever to actually leave and come back. Specifically Brad, huh? I guess it didn't take that much longer. It's a relatively lightweight game. All right, I'm assuming I probably have to wait for him to like till tomorrow to see if that took effect. If I go to him right now, I would not expect to have any money. Why don't we be passing up there just in the name of science? Maybe I'll swing by. You only need to go to the menu. Okay, that's good to know. Because yeah, I know with the chemists I was having trouble with The cauldrons to cook the process the leaves, they kept breaking, like not working. Hey, I do have some laundering to do. Just gonna check. Probably completely unread. No, he's not even here. Very nervous. Brad walking. Okay. Let those cops go by. I notice if I get too close to them, they'll sort of stop and stare at me, which I don't want them to do. Hey, what's up? What's up, Brad? Oh, now he does? Well, he probably just literally earned that money. All right, let's finish our money laundering cycle. Oh, I should check the. I don't think there are any new businesses I can buy, but I can't remember, and I haven't checked the real estate guy. I've definitely got enough money to buy anything right now. Oh, this is the other one. Blue Balls Boutique. I just realized the joke. Blue Balls. Alright, no, the only thing I haven't bought is the barn, and I really have no desire to, I guess I could buy it just so I could look at it. Just be like, hey, maybe I can rent it out to somebody, make a little money on the side. That's not how it works, but still. Okay, no new businesses to open. Buy a property. The barn. Yes. Because I got so much money, why the F not? Why shouldn't I just own everything that I can? I'm not going to buy all the cars, though, because it'd just be a pain to kind of keep them all parked. Alright, so this is where you can buy a lot of the stuff here. Safe. What do you got going on, Herbert? Let's see, there's the gold chains. Here, I'll grab a gold chain. Hey, there's a dog called Millie. Oh, I have to get that. A $50,000 gold toilet, huh? And here, I'll get the gold watch. Oh, I kind of like that. I'll get an antique wall light just to see how that looks. Actually, that won't look good in the warehouse. Do they stack? I'll grab a couple of those. You can buy signs now that you can fill out, customize what's on the signs, which can be... If I'm thinking, if I was in a nice organization phase, that's probably very helpful to have. That's new to the game as of today. I don't know what the safe does. Store your fancy stuff in? Sure, I'll get a... Wait. 2, 3, 4. Okay, I'll only fit one more slot. So I'll buy the safe. Thank you, sir. And then, you know what? I'm going to drop all this shit off at home. Or should I put it in my new house? That will be, I'll put the safe in the barn. I know where the barn is because I've been out here before. Alright, so they've got 2 loading bays. Do a once around my new property. Nothing too exciting going on back here. Alright, let's see my new home. I'm actually wondering if this is a better space. I think the bottom floor is a little more open in some ways, but there are these poles every few feet. That could be make it a little less optimal. Turn the lights on. Let's get all the lights on. Oh, there's water. I want to say in the warehouse, I don't think there's a water faucet. Never trust a Brad. I could fit a lot of ponies. Ooh. Oh, this is very well lit. I wonder if I'm missing some light switches in my warehouse, because my warehouse has got a lot of depressingly dim areas. All right, let's put this over here. Can I access this? Yeah. All right. I mean, you can get shelves in the other place, so there's not necessarily a huge incentive to use this, but I should have got the turn on. Okay, this I don't need here. Can I actually can I take this down? Yes, okay. And let's check my character. Let's give him that necklace. Yeah, give him that that watch. All right, now he's got some bling. It's gonna it's gonna turn out so much horse semen. Yeah, I could be my own supplier now that you mention it. All right, I'm gonna bring this other stuff back to my other house. So all these sort of dark corners of the warehouse where I've been working, that I wouldn't mind installing some extra lights, you know. Or, whoops, almost ran into their little blockade. Or discover some light switches that I've overlooked up until now. No, there just aren't any more lights. Because I find, like, coming up here, especially when it's, like, full dark out, it's really dark. Jane's run out of product, huh? Alright, so that helps a little bit. I could probably use a couple more of those lights over here. And here, we'll put the picture of Millie over here next to my bed. It's not true to my actual Millie, but I love the fact that they've got a dog picture and the dog's name is Millie, because, you know, what are the odds? Now, granted, I don't think Millie is necessarily the most incredibly unique dog name that's anyone ever had. Alright, so let's look at things. Literally, Jane is the only one that's run out of product, but probably some other people are going to as well. So let's run up to Jane's house. There's that curfew. I think my drug laundering is available in right now. Not enough wolf mouth or teeps. That's how you can tell that the picture of Millie is not accurate. It's not wolf mouthing. There's a photo of a dog wolf mouthing. Would that be better? A better representation? Oh, she's coming. Oh, she's doing drug deals right now. Yeah, you've run out. Yeah, I know. She's still trying to do drug deals? Hey. You need some drugs. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, it's already laundering. Okay. It'd be more true to life. Yeah. That's true. I should also have to have a black face and look more like a wolf. Because the whole reason that wolf mouth came about for me, too, is... I mean, it's all dogs are technically wolves, so it is applicable. Doesn't just have to be. But Millie's got that kind of collie long snout, like wolf snout thing going on. I don't know. It's not my dealer. Hey, look! Brad's got money now. Alright, thank you, Chaos Mite. You're my hero. Hey, you're my guy. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need to really re-up these guys' supply. My new 111th viewer? Oh. I was gonna say, that's an awfully odd rank to assign him. Yep. If he's still here, that is. There he is. So, well, I guess since Maxie said so. Sorry, EV23. I know you worked hard to be the #1 gaming lawyer channel viewer. You spent many years doing it. Chaos Mite just swooped in. Sorry, Evie. It's just the way the cookie crumbles. Chaos Mite is now the #1 viewer of the Gaming Lawyer channel because of this new development. We're gonna have to make it official.
Order in the court.
Look! Challenge of justice!
So, hold on. Spock? Yes. Wait, hold on. Okay. Yes, gaming lawyer. I need you to hereby recognize for the court that EV23 is no longer the #1 viewer of the Gaming Lawyer channel. As moved forward by J Maxie, Chaos Mite is now the #1 viewer. It was for a second be the 111th viewer, but then he said that was a typo. And now Chaos Mite is #1 viewer of the Gaming Lawyer channel. It is so acknowledged, Captain. Thank you, Spock. And that's all for now.
45 seconds of gameplay.
Yeah, I should have worked the most illogical in there. Alright, there's those popos up there. Gotta find my secret ways. I do feel happy that I think I did find that boutique where I bought that extra stuff. I think that was the only other business that they've opened up so far. They made a few other, minor, like, bug fixes and stuff like that, but I think the addition of those two businesses and those additional items are the main things. Oh, I just noticed that. You said you're not just number one. You're 3 number 1. Is that the where he said number 111? So that's like you're triple. You're number 1 cubed. I am getting tired. Now I'm like, wait, what was I doing? Oh yeah. I was going to I was gonna restock this. Bananas. Why aren't those stacked? Okay. And oh, am I running out of? Wait, they got baggies and jars going over there. Okay. And I'm out of jars. I really want to be doing all jars. And there's unloading. Oh my god, there's too much stuff, you guys. There's too much happening right now. Honestly, I am getting really tired. So this is like all of a sudden, this is becoming overwhelming. I think I'm actually going to wrap up the stream at this point. Or at least wrap up the gameplay. And get onto thanks for watching screen. And maybe shoot the shit for a few minutes. But schedule 1 gameplay, I do believe we're going to say for the evening is concluding. Alright. Time to dig in a little EASA. I bet you wish I would introduce more EASA, at least as much as I talk about my original channel from 2006. Where is it at? Here we go. It's more of a management game than a drug selling, especially by the end. Yeah, it definitely becomes more of like a process management. And I think there's some fun, like, there's something charming about the beginning of the game where you are doing everything yourself. There's something kind of cool about that, but at the same time, it's a pretty good. I feel like they do a pretty good job with the sort of the gameplay loop and the progression, because every time you get like a new machine that makes it a little easier, I definitely appreciated that. Or it's like, oh, now I got to hire a guy. I hired a guy, and now they're taking care of it. That actually feels kind of good. But I do look back to where, you know, the very beginning of the game, you're just renting a little room in the motel, just basically like growing a couple pots of weed and bagging it yourself. It's kind of cool. Time to fire up American Truck Simulator and drive from Washington to Missouri. Is that how far they've gotten now? If you didn't need to manage the bugs. That was honestly, you know, like last weekend, I had basically sort of decided at a certain point that I'd had enough of this game for now. And part of it is like, once I owned all the properties that I had, I was making the cocaine, which was like the highest, I think the most expensive cocaine mixture I could make. And I got all that set up that I wanted set up, and then I was starting to make more money every day than I could launder or spend. And then some of the stuff started bugging out. And I was like, okay. So I was getting a little frustrated about that. At a certain point, like, I think even the botanist was bugging out. Like getting stuck on certain pots and not filling them up. So I think all told, I was kind of like, yeah, I put 50 hours into it. And for me, that's no small thing. If I put 50 hours into a game, you can tell, you can safely say that I like it. But I was kind of like, yeah, I think I've had my run with this for now, and I'll revisit it either after it's released some substantial content, additional content, or been released. But I still, even after that, just randomly felt like playing it a couple times this week. And then I was maybe going to move on to something else. I stream once a week on Thursdays. And I was maybe going to move on to something else tonight. But the new patch dropped onto the main release branch today. So I was like, okay, well, that's helped me decide, and I'm going to stream this again. But it's probably the last... I streamed it last week and this week, and that's probably going to be it for a while. Unless for some reason I just can't stay away from it. Occasionally games can be like that. Like, I'll be like, I think I'm done with this, and then like the next day I'm playing it again. So... but I'm moving on to Atomfall through Game Pass, which is not a terribly long game. So I don't know by next week what I might be playing. Have Atomfall. What else? I still in the back of my head am thinking about playing some more Crusader Kings. I've almost streamed that a couple of times in the last few weeks, and I just keep playing other stuff instead. Love those American trucks. It's been a long time since I've really been in the mood to play American Truck Simulator. It's surprisingly been a long time. I think there have been a one or two instances where I maybe have felt like, hey, I could play that right now. But there was always something else that I thought I would think of and be like, but I'd rather play this. And then I just hadn't played it. The thing that I did get into... Well, also, you know what, Brad? Nick doesn't like American Truck Simulator. So, there's for just as much enthusiasm as some of you have for American Truck Simulator, there's always someone that does not want to see me stream it. So, you know. Between you and Nick, you pretty much could tag team shoot down any game. Not all games. I think there's a few that you both like. Because who's not American? I think we're not necessarily all in America, but America. Yeah. You gotta play, there's Euro Truck Simulator. For them pinky combos or whatever. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, the only trucking game I actually did get into recently was Star Trucker. I ended up spending like the better part of a weekend, I think, playing Star Trucker. That was actually pretty fun. But I think it was one of those that kind of got old kind of quick. Euro Truck Simulator is hot garbage. I played it a little bit, and I didn't get super into it, and I think it's just because I don't find like the European landscape familiar. Whereas, well, one thing I really liked about American Truck Simulator is, it started off with the Western states, which is the only places I've ever lived. So, I've lived in California, Oregon, and Washington. So, those are basically the first places you could drive. And I've done that drive a bunch of times. So, doing routes up and down, like southern to northern California and up to Oregon and back down, it was all like, I don't know if you call it nostalgic, but it was just like familiar. It all felt very familiar in kind of a cool way. Whereas I started getting more of the expansions like, hey, now I've got like Nevada or Utah or whatever. And aside from Vegas, which is cool, it's like there's a lot of territory where I'm just sort of like, I don't really know that area, so when I drive through it, it doesn't really mean anything to me. And I think that's probably how I feel about most of Europe. I mean, I've never been to Europe. Obviously, there's some places that I think I would definitely like to visit at some point. But just driving the long roads of Europe is kind of like, I don't find it relatable, because not like driving around the highways of California, PCH, all the place. Hey, I know, I've been there. I used to live there. I play Skyrim. You were joking. Oh, okay. I guess that's all right. Hey, yeah. What else? I still have thought about going back to Avowed. I streamed that once. Aside from Joss, I don't know that anyone was super too excited to watch me play Avowed. Brad, you sounded like you were marginally interested in watching me play Atomfall, if I'm still playing that last week. I was. That's what I've been playing the last couple of days, and I've been enjoying that. But it's not like like my new obsession that I can't put down or anything like that. Oh my god, Kingdom Come Deliverance. That's one of those games that, first off, I want to beat the first one, which I've had for years and years, and I've gotten pretty far into a couple of times, but never finished it because it's too big. And that's the problem I have with big games. But I think I want to play that game. Want to wait till I'm really in the mood for it and replay the first game and have that under my belt. And the chances are there's almost no chance in hell that if I play the entire first game, I am then going to have the focus and interest to dive right into the second one and play another 150 hours. Schedule 1 is addicting for you to watch. Okay. Well, that was one of the other factors that had me now I'm not really all about the views. I was trying to grow this channel. I started streaming in 2015, and I was actually trying to grow this channel for the first like 2 or 3 years. And then certain things in my life shifted gears. And after that, I quit streaming for a little while because I moved and had to find a new job. And when I came back, I kind of was just like, yeah, I think from now on, I made a lot of friends on here. So I stream every Thursday to just hang out with the people. But sometimes certain things I stream will get a ton of views, and then I'll be like, well, it still feels good when I know a lot of people like, oh, a lot of people seem like checking out my shit. And that happened with my stream last week. I mean, for me, a lot of people. It wasn't like 500,000 people watched it or anything like that, but I got like the last few days I've been getting a couple hundred views on it. So I was like, that also made me think when I was about streaming it today, and then when the patch dropped, and I was like, okay, yeah, I'll stream that today because there definitely seems to be some interest in it. Glad Industries, hi Matus. You like watching it too, Evie? There's a side-scrolling game you just released. You may have to pick up Into the Dead. I don't think I've heard of that. I might look that up right now. Do I discuss game lawsuits? No. I mean, that's the funny thing that you might look at my channel and think, oh, I bet like he could have a lot of interesting things to say. Once in a while, I'll talk about legal stuff. But for the most part, like, firstly, the kind of law stuff that I do doesn't give me a ton of expertise. Like, I don't do court law. I don't deal in that kind of stuff. So I'm not, I mean, just having a legal education does make me a little more informed to discuss and understand like stuff that's happening with lawsuits. But I'm definitely like not an expert in most of the things that like are happening in the world. I'm just a little more, I'm in a better position to interpret them than a lot of people. Brad, do you really wish, well, bro, what Brad likes, and he mentioned EASA earlier, is admittedly once in a blue moon. It's pretty rare. I get in a weird mood, and I've got some of my law books from law school, which have a lot of case law, like whole appellate cases and Supreme Court cases, like big historical cases that kind of defined a lot of the history of the common law. And which is the one that we like, Brad? Evidence. It's EASA. Is Evidence a Structured Approach? It has some riveting court cases, like the published court opinions, where you're actually reading what the judges wrote on the Supreme Court, the decisions that they published. In this case, around the various principles and pitfalls of evidentiary procedure. And what was the other one? I got 2 books that I have near me. Federal income taxation. I think, obviously, that didn't catch on as well as Evidence, a Structured Approach did. Did you like income taxation as well, Brad? Specializes in elder law. So, and then the funny thing is, too, is once in a while, there's a guy named Ryan Morrison, and he's the video game lawyer. And I think he's still kind of around. But I remember there was a time like 10 years ago when everyone was freaking out about content ID matches and you know, their videos getting claimed by the video game owners or people that own the music, people like all up in arms about that and what's considered fair use and what's this. And so there's this one attorney, there's this one lawyer who actually does his practice around like people who are litigating those matters around like video games and streaming and stuff. He is actually about that stuff. And his name is also Ryan. So I think I've had like people reaching out to me once in a blue moon thinking I'm that guy. And I'm not going to name names, but on at least one occasion, I've had a fairly like big YouTuber, like someone with millions, at least a couple million subscribers reaching out to me, wanting me to help them like fight some copyright infringement thing. And I'm just like, I just have to tell them like, hey, I'm flattered, but like, yeah, I went to law school, but I don't know the first thing about how to handle a lawsuit like that. You probably are looking for Ryan Morrison, the video game lawyer. And I would link them to his social media. Be like, ask him, he can help you. Income taxation didn't have the juice. I guess there was some pretty surprisingly dramatic narratives unfolding in some of these evidence of structured approach published decisions. G-Law still someone identity? What? I don't know what you mean. Alali. Hoglaw? Yeah, I actually don't watch a lot of like lawyer content. But what a channel. Oh weird, I just got taken to your channel. I tried to click on I don't know why I thought that would work. Okay. Hoglaw. Oh. Managing partner of an actual law firm is practice more. Whoa! Okay, I'm gonna turn it down. Oh, and he is all talking about like video game law. And just video games in general. Wow, I'm gonna sub. He actually looks like he's got some interesting stuff. Like the only one that it's been fed to me on my timeline frequently is the video game, or I'm sorry, Legal Eagles. That guy. Of course, on this channel, we all have our favorite lawyer. Do I still have that video? Brian Wilson, the Texas Law Hawk. You familiar with him?
Order in the court.
Oh, wrong one.
Law Hawk!
Here he is.
Brian Wilson, Texas Law Hawk! Brian Wilson, the Texas Law Hawk! Talons of justice! Due process! Do wheelies! It's hot out here! Brian Wilson! El Halcon de la Ley! Brian Wilson, the Texas Law Hawk!
Later, guys.
It's no refusal weekend, so you have to blow. Otherwise, you're gonna lose your license. These things are 100% accurate. Blowing it. Surprise, failed. Blow.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Someone just called me. That's why you don't blow. Blind Wilson, the Texas Law Hawk.
If you or a loved one been arrested, so call Brian Wilson, the Texas Law Hawk today.
Yeah, I think he got kind of well known, and in fact, I think like a year or two after I discovered him, he had a Super Bowl ad. I want to say he was doing like Super Bowl ads for Taco Bell. It was just random, but he was kind of like a thing for a couple years that a lot of people like would have seen him in commercials. So yeah, he's had a few commercials after that. I think that's the one I just showed is his, I believe his first one, and I think my favorite. Next time, well, I've already talked about that twice this stream. So I guess I'm going to have a hard time in the future saying I've only ever brought it up 4 times in the history of my channel. Let me see. Talons of Justice. Caw. That's the criminal organization that I named myself in Schedule 1 is Los Halcones, which is the Hawks, which is with the whole Law Hawk thing is a part of our channel. So you know how like certain channels, I don't know if they do it anymore, but they call their viewers like a nickname, like, oh, you're the Goon Squad or whatever, you're whatever. And ours at a certain point early on, I was sharing that commercial and people were like, you should call your viewers the Law Hawks. And so that became a thing. So, and then when a lot of games, when I name characters, I'll name a character if it's a sort of a modern setting. I'll name him Lawrence Hawk, which is Law Hawk. So the Law Hawk theme has been running through this channel in subtle and not so subtle ways for 10 years. It should be Los Cajones. Los Cajones. Los Cajones Grandes. Los Cajones Rojos. Okay, I'm gonna stop. Thank you for the suggestion, Maxie. That's stupid. Thank you for laughing, Ollie. Roach Delight is your organizational name? Okay. That's a good name. I can get behind that. Oh yeah, I just realized Chauncey's... I didn't cover her up. Usually I cover her up at a certain time during the stream. I got all the animals here. I turn around and Millie, the puppy's laying on my bed, Beatricing so hard. And I think I actually am going to cover up Chauncey. She shouldn't be. She gets weird and crabby if I keep her uncovered this late. Are you being obsessed about Chauncey? Yeah, I got Chauncey and then Millie laying on the bed, looking up longingly at Chauncey and kind of laying there. I've been selling her eggs for big bucks. I forget, did you suggest to me at some point that there's a big market for eggs, or is this just the general idea that eggs are expensive right now? And I gotta take it. She hasn't been laying eggs for a long time, though. I think she finally got through her egg laying phase. And thank God for that. She's like 15 years old now. She went through this like phase from the time she was like 10 to 12, 13 years old, where she just like started laying eggs like crazy and wouldn't stop. So I think she's done with that phase of her life. I'm surprised it didn't kill her. It's supposed to be bad for them to lay that many eggs, and as they get older, like, it can kill them because they can't push the eggs out properly. You know, whatever. It can just really, it can be dangerous for them. Now the biggest danger is that Millie wants to kill her. Millie's the puppy we bought last year. She's like 1.5 now. So she's full grown, but she's still got this crazy puppy brain. But I think she's always going to want to kill Chauncey. She gets mad whenever I do anything nice for Chauncey. She like literally, it's like an impulse too. It's like instinct. Like she just wants to kill Chauncey. So needless to say, it's a hard time for Chauncey because I was already iffy about taking her out of the cage as she got older because she's kind of blind, and so if she decides to fly, which she sometimes do when she's on my shoulder, she's literally just gonna crash into everything. I guess we could clip her wings, but I never felt comfortable doing that. I was afraid I'm gonna like cut a vein or something. There's a conspiracy theory held by some that Chauncey no longer exists, and what you guys are seeing and hearing since I got Millie is it animatronic Chauncey? I think it was that's the story goes that it's an animatronic recreation, right? Or is it just taxidermied, or a combination of both, like a taxidermy / an animatronic taxidermy Chauncey? Alright, guys. I think I'm going to need to wrap up. A cheap animatronic. Showbiz pizza quality, not Disney. What about Chuck E. Cheese? Is that on par with... Isn't Chuck E. Cheese a slight step up from Showbiz? Or are they the same? Is it the same ballpark? It's Chauncey's ghost you guys are hearing. She's, her soul can't rest because she got eaten by Wolfmouth. The curse of the Wolfmouth. Chauncey cheese. I have no idea what that means, but, you know. Sounds disturbing. I don't think I would eat that. Oh, Chuck E. Cheese, Chauncey cheese. There you go. Chuck E. Cheese is known for brawls? I didn't know that either. I noticed when I was growing up, we had a Chuck E. Cheese and a Showbiz pizza. And for some reason, I always thought of Chuck E. Cheese as the more legit of the two. Like, Showbiz was kind of like a second-hand Chuck E. Cheese. But I don't know if there's any reality to that perception. Maybe Showbiz was the better place. Rockafire Explosion from Showbiz was better than any equivalent thing at Chuck E. Cheese. I don't remember anything that happened at either place, aside from there were animatronics and arcade games. They merged and then they disappeared? That I didn't know or remember either. I'd say I didn't know, but chances are at a certain point I knew. And it was not important enough and eventually got pushed out while I was trying to learn how to do something at one of my various jobs. Like, I need to make some room for this new knowledge. What do I not need anymore? Oh, there's this bit about Chuck E. Cheese and Showbiz Pizza merging. It's like, yeah, I don't need that knowledge anymore. You just get rid of that shit. Urine-encrusted ball pits? I don't remember any of this shit. But I mean, that maybe doesn't surprise me too much. Was it urine because bad actors would piss into them? Or because little kids just occasionally piss themselves and it gets onto the balls? Never heard of Showbiz. Well, that's one of those things too. Now, it is true. Well, Evie's heard of Indiana Jones. She's just never watched any of them. But, you know, I gave her a lot of shit for that while I was playing Indiana Jones. It's just the children rolling around at things. Was it like kids are famous for peeing in the pool? Would they dive into the ball bin and pee in there too? Like they do in swimming pools? I don't know. Well, and I don't even like know if those franchises were all over the United States or not. Like, I often don't have visibility into what, if you grew up in Texas or on the East Coast or whatever, what things that I thought were normal growing up that anyone else in another part of the country may not even have heard of. But you think the Showbiz got eaten up by Chuck E. Cheese before Evie was old enough to know that shit. Yeah, I want to say that I still see Chuck E. Cheese's like here in Oregon, here and there. In fact, I'm gonna Chuck E. Cheese. Oh yeah. There's a few Chuck E. Cheeses scattered around like the suburbs surrounding Portland. I don't think I've been to a Chuck E. Cheese in like 35 years, but well, gosh, who am I kidding? At this point, probably 40 years. I was 11 40 years ago. Oh my god. Pretty sure by the time I was a teenager, or like a 13 and older, I had officially gone to Chuck E. Cheese for the last time at that point, most likely. Although, I might have still been into video arcades at that point, so I could have ended up in a Chuck E. Cheese every now and then. So I won't say that I never did at that point, but yeah. Right, you guys. I think I'm gonna call it a night. I know you're all very disappointed to hear me say that. But I just can't handle... I'm just gonna say it. Evie's being very obnoxious. And I just can't take that rambunctious energy right now. I'm too tired. Sorry, Evie. I mean, if you just calm down a little bit, for God's sake. Maybe I'd stream more and not be so exhausted. Right. You're heading out. No, don't leave, because I do something very special at the end of my streams. You don't want to stick this late and miss my special good night. And since Chaos is in a hurry and Evie is just really way too amped up, we're just gonna do it now. Guys, just calm down. Evie, take a breath. Take a breath, all right? Here. Everyone calm down. I know you're all worked up. You're all amped. You're all excited from watching me deal cocaine. Just take a deep breath. Breathe in.